Never thought I'd feel so unwelcome in the desert.
The stars are speaking to me and aligning me to something strange.
The Kadiran deserts are a very dangerous place, but then again, so am I.
We're a right fish out of water, Kalmar.
Hello, travelers and tourists. My name is Mark, and I am the local disaster tour guide. And welcome to a very special episode for my channel, the Paizo-Verse plays Monsters at Mercy's Rest. So, for those of you who may be new to this channel, back in 2020, I competed in RPG Superstar, and I had the joy of winning one of the platinum prizes for that competition. And this year, my monsters are being published in the Battlezoo Bestiary by Roll for Combat. And like any good game master drunk on his own power, that means I have to try to use these monsters to try to kill some player characters. So, I reached out to some of my friends in the YouTube content creator scene and asked if they would like to test their skills against my new monsters. And so today, some of your favorite Pathfinder 2nd Edition content creators are going to be testing their skills against my monsters. So let's get on to the introductions. Gentlemen, please roll a dice, and the person who rolls the highest gets to introduce themselves first.
Well, I rolled a 2, so I presume I will be going last.
got
I have a
13
12.
and 13.
I have 7.
Really?
All right.
Okay.
1DM, please introduce yourself and your character.
Hello, it is 1DM here, also known as David. I'm playing the character Suvdan Balik, the Azarketi barbarian in the desert, also known as Fish Out of Water.
Tommy, I believe you're next.
With a 2?
Oh, sorry, who had the 12?
I think
The Game Master is paying close attention here. You can already tell.
I'm Mike. I have a YouTube channel called Golarion In-Depth where we look at the lore and the setting of Golarion. Today I will be playing Isik, a Uruxi from the desert, who is also a Cosmos Oracle.
And GoatKing?
Hello, I am the GoatKing, and today I will be playing Ali Ababwa and his monkey Boo. Probably the fastest character I've ever made, and I'm excited to see what my dear friend is going to throw at me. Throw at us.
Always remember the important lesson. It's not whether you can outrun the monster, it's whether you can outrun your friends. And now, Tommy's actual turn.
Prince Ali. It's going to be stuck in my head all night. Thank you. Thank you, new friend. Also, my name is Tommy. I do this thing on YouTube called Black Dragon Gaming. I just moved across the country, so I'm on the very bare bones setup. As always, thank you for, like I said before we started recording, so rarely do I get a chance to dig in and be a PC, so thank you all for thinking of me. I actually earlier today had a client reach out to me who I'm writing a campaign for. It was like, hey, have you ever heard of the Battlezoo Bestiary? And I was like, well, I'm doing a thing later. So if these monsters are cool, we'll spread the plague of killing the PCs. That's right, Achilles. Tonight I will be playing Porthrix, the Daydreamer by some, Head in the Clouds, the Fantasist, if you need titles.
All right.
Champion of Desna.
Thank you all so much for joining me, and thank you for being a part of this adventure tonight. I do genuinely hope that the monsters are impressive, but before we get to dive into the story proper, I do have a second fun announcement for my channel. This video is going to be the first video with a sponsor. And let's roll the sponsor clip. Okay, so today I would like to give a huge shout out to the sponsor for this episode, ArcKnight. ArcKnight is a company based out of Texas that makes accessories for tabletop RPGs like D&D and Pathfinder. They use a durable die-cut plastic to come up with, to be honest, an incredible array of different products, such as flat plastic minis, maps, object sheets, and the item that we're going to be advertising in this particular video, spell templates. Now, this is a relatively new item from ArcKnight. These are Pathfinder 2nd Edition specific spell templates, and as you can see, I haven't even opened the package yet, but I can already tell you that I love these spell templates because, well, to be honest, I sort of already have them. A couple of years ago, I purchased ArcKnight's D&D 5e spell templates for use in my Pathfinder games, and I am excited that they now have Pathfinder-specific templates I get to use. So I'm going to open these up, and we're going to take a look at how you use them. As you can see here, our adventuring party is facing off against an evil sorceress. And there's a number of different spells that might get employed during such a fight. For example, the evil sorceress might summon a creature to aid her in battle, or she might summon something a little bit bigger. The evil sorceress could also try to hinder the party by throwing down a spell like Grease to interrupt the movement of the party's warrior. It's very easy to slide them underneath of a figure or a pawn to help record the location of hindering effects on the battlefield. The text of the various spells are written on one side of the spell effects, meaning that you have quick access to the rules associated with the particular spell. Now, the sorceress is not the only one who's got some tricks up her sleeve. Ampara, the party druid, has access to the Dragon Breath spell, which she can easily lay down to show the area of effect and blast the evil sorceress in question. It seems that the evil sorceress in this instance was not prepared for the party, so she's going to drop an Obscuring Mist spell to cover her retreat. As you can see, these spell effects are colorful, easy to use, visible to the entire table, and a fantastic addition to your collection. So that's a quick overview of how you can use spell templates at your gaming table. And I just want to say there's a ton of stuff that I love about these templates. I love how colorful they are, I love how easy they are to use, and one of the things I love about all ArcKnight products is how incredibly easy to store they are. One of the challenges of tabletop RPGs as a hobby is finding space to put all of your stuff. But one of the great things about the simple plastic accessories that ArcKnight offers is they are very easy to store and to put away, and they don't take up a ton of room. My wife and I are super excited to be working with ArcKnight. We have been a customer of them for years. We've done several of their Kickstarters. I've actually talked to them at Gen Con a couple of times, and they are a fantastic company, and they have fantastic customer service. I've placed many orders over the years, and on the single occasion that I had an order go wrong, their customer service team was extremely quick to respond and fix the problem. So ArcKnight produces incredible accessories, you get a ton of stuff at a fantastic price, and their team is professional, courteous, and ready to help you upgrade your game. So I'll throw a link to them in the video description. You can go over and check them out and let them know that the Disaster Tour Guide sent you. All right, welcome back, and now it is time to dive into the game. So our story this evening begins to the east of the town of Coca on the borders of the Kadiran Desert. You're a group of adventurers who have been working together for a while now, and recently a couple of you have received a call for help from some of your former allies. There is a location known as Mercy's Rest. It is a holy site that is shared by the churches of Serenre and Desna. It is a beautiful red sandstone mountain that sits over a natural aquifer in the middle of the Casmaron Desert and serves as a natural stopping point for trade routes and stuff through the desert. And for many decades, the churches have guarded this space both as a place to serve those weary from desert travel and also as a place to train new priests in the faith and to study the movement of the sun and the stars. A couple of you, I'm about to butcher names and I apologize, but Isik and
I believe in you.
Porthrix.
Yeah, you got it. Got it in one.
The two of you have in the past trained with some of the priests and priestesses of Desna that have served at this location, and this is a place that you have fond memories of from your past. Well, a couple of weeks ago, a phenomenon was observed in the night sky where a number of meteorites streaked through the heavens, but one actually struck down on the ground, and observers in the town of Coca saw that it seemed to strike near Mercy's Rest. Now, meteorites is not a uncommon phenomenon and have been seen many times before, but in the weeks since, the town became aware that they haven't had any contact from the people serving at Mercy's Rest. No traders have come from that direction, and the priests that work at that location have not shown up for supply runs or anything like that. And rumors have begun to circulate that something has gone wrong. Some people whisper that strange monsters have fallen from the sky or that some calamity has struck the area. No one knows for sure, but the churches have reached out to you all and asked you to investigate the situation and, if necessary, rescue the people that might be in danger there. The churches gave you some basic supplies. They loaded you up with some camels that have several barrels of water and foodstuffs and a collection of medical supplies, that kind of thing. And they basically have asked you all to go and check on this location, make sure everything is all right. For Isik and Porthrix, who have been there before, you would know that the chief priestess of Serenre is, I really should have written my notes bigger, a lady by the name of Diamela, and the chief priest of Desna is a gnome by the name of Nior. And you would be familiar with those as the leaders at that location. But you've been tasked to kind of hunt them down, see what's going on, see what problems might be occurring, and just provide whatever aid might be necessary. In the 2 days since you have left Coca, the road has been very lonely. The hot desert sun has been beating down overhead, and you're familiar enough with this journey. It hasn't been too strange in that regard, but you do see what the town has reported. There are no traders on this road. There are no caravans that are coming from this direction. You would have expected to meet merchants along the way, but the road is empty. It is a little before noon on the third day that you begin to approach the mountain known as Mercy's Rest. If you're familiar with the Red Mountain Uluru in Australia, that's kind of the visual image that I'm going with for this mountain, if you want to get that picture in your mind. But basically, it is a large red mountain that kind of juts out, and there's no other true mountains around it. It definitely stands out as a major landmark. As you approach Mercy's Rest, you notice that, normally you would notice that the land becomes rockier, but also begins to show signs of plant life and animal life because of the aquifer that sits underneath of the mountain. But This time, as you approach the mountain, you notice that many of the plants that normally grow in this area seem to be sick and wasting away, possibly even dying. You don't hear the normal animal sounds that you might hear as you would travel through this region, and even on a casual glance, that you can tell that something bad has happened to this area. It's as if the desert is swiftly reclaiming what used to be a brief burst of life in this region. Normally, to approach the mountain, you would go around the northwest side of the mountain to an oasis that sits under the shade of this mountain, where the churches have set up some small resting areas and things like that. Even getting this close, you still haven't seen any sign of traders or people moving through the area. What would you all like to do as you are approaching the mountain?
I have a thing, but I forget what that thing was. I will circle back to it. I got a new level 11 character. Who dis?
What kind of check might it be to try to get any more detail on, like, you said the vegetation is sort of what's the word? Did you say dying?
Sick or
Yeah.
dying.
What kind of check might I do if I want to figure out anything else? Could I argue for survival?
I'd allow nature or survival. Either one could work.
I'll try a survival check. Just I'm not very good at it, but we're sort of
Okay.
looking around with a little bit of knowledge. That is a 27.
Okay. So you pretty quickly can determine what is wrong with these plants. They are essentially severely dehydrated. Basically, they are losing water, and because they are losing water, they are shriveling up under the intense heat of the desert sun.
I mean, so just to paint a picture here, Subdan is an Azarketi, so he's like very moist all the time, and he has this tiny little squid familiar that's sort of hanging out on his shoulder that he mutters to pretty regularly, and he just sort of smirks at all the dehydrated, dying plants, like, we would share water if we had it. No, we wouldn't.
Porthrax will pretend he didn't hear that. Mostly because checking my skill beats, I have quiet allies and terrain stalkers, so I feel like I forgot to mention I'm playing a brass kobold. Did I mention I'm playing a kobold? I'm playing a kobold. But
Tommy's character just got shorter.
What?
Tommy's character just got shorter.
I'm playing a kobold. So I feel like Porthrax is mostly just not way ahead of the squad, but like the forward scout trying to be quiet. This is kind of their stomping ground. So if something bad has happened here, there's a very vested interest in find that thing and fix the problem, like right now. So forward scout things. That's what I'm doing. I also have quiet allies if we need to like approach a thing in a not loud manner.
Ali?
Ali will. So he's got his monkey up on his shoulder, and he'll reach up and like he'll touch the collar, and some runes will light up, and the monkey will go forward, and he'll put his arm on his Azarketi friend to guide him, because it's a collar of empathy. So he's using Boo's senses. Maybe Boo will see something he won't.
Okay, so he's looking through Boo's eyes. Okay, and Suvdan, right? Did I get the name correct?
Ezek.
Sorry.
Ezek. If you will allow a quick little flashback, I do have a feat I would like to use, but I would have had to do it last night.
Fair enough.
That's allowed. So I have a feat called Read the Stars.
Okay.
And it is a secret check of astrology lore. On a success, you learn a cryptic clue or piece of advice that could help with the chosen event. So basically, what's going on with these, mysterious sightings and everything. A critical failure, you learn a misleading cryptic clue or piece of advice.
Okay. What is your astrology lore?
I have a plus 14.
Plus
Sorry.
14. Sorry, I've got to think cryptically for a moment.
Go, brain. Give us cryptic information.
Oh, I look up to the stars. I make notes of their location and the constellations, how they are positioned in the sky. I try to make sense of what I can, what is happening here in this realm, here on the surface. What do the stars tell me?
One has set, and another soon may. And if they both do, great dismay.
Isaac will also relay that to the group, and then we set out on the day, and that is where we find ourselves now, in the shadow of this mountain and seeing the dead vegetation around us.
Okay. So, Porthrix, you are up front. As you are moving ahead and trying to get up towards the mountain, you do finally come across something that you would have expected to see, which is a merchant's wagon in the middle of the road. However, even from a distance, you can tell that there are signs of trouble here. The wagon is on its side, and from a distance, you can see a dead camel that would have been pulling that wagon. And it's like basically the dehydrated corpse of that animal kind of in front of the wagon. You don't see any signs of people from a distance, but you notice a merchant's wagon that has been knocked over, and even from a distance, you can tell there was some kind of attack or trouble here.
Gotcha. So then, with that in mind, if there's not an immediate, like, this person needs your help right now, I think Porthrix will just slow up, wait for the squad to catch up, and can I throw a perception check at the scene while we wait?
Sure. Go ahead and roll it.
The secret sauce of this campaign is the man's from the local disaster tour guide brought us all here to fail at math in public. Hacha! So it's 21.
21. You know, it's a disconcerting sight. The environment all around here is very, very still, and you know, it's a desert. You wouldn't expect it to be bright and like bursting with life, but you would expect to see some signs of critters or animals moving. But it's just very dead and very quiet. You don't see anything going on, but it's also very unsettling.
Gotcha. I'll just hold up and wait for the team.
Okay.
May I make a perception check on behalf of Boo?
Yes, you may.
19.
19. Boo gets fascinated by a couple of really shiny rocks, and no matter how much you try to mental command him that that's not what he's looking for, it's kind of like a toddler who just found a new toy. His focus is not where you want it to be.
Okay. Ali will pull his vision back from Boo then.
All right. So in very short order, the rest of you all catch up to Porthrix, and you can see what I've described for him, which is this wagon that's overturned. I would say you guys are probably a couple 100 feet away. And would you like to move closer? Would you like to try to move around this wagon? What would you like to do?
I would like to move closer. I'm curious about seeing this horse that has expired. I want to move closer, examine it, see how long it's been here. If the cause of death was natural dehydration or if it was like some kind of spell or something.
Okay.
I'll be approaching.
All right.
If the other Desmond is, then so will I.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay near the front.
Okay.
Got my weapon out.
Everybody approaching, or is anybody staying back?
I presume there's not much in the ways of cover, so there's very little purpose in being particularly sneaky.
In this location, to get up to the wagon, you would have to get out of cover because it's kind of in the middle of the road. You know, you could keep cover, I'd say maybe up to about 60 feet away in terms of like loose rock and low shrubs and stuff like that. But to get right up on it, it would be out in the open. So
Okay. 60 feet is not a big distance for me, so I will keep cover at 60 feet.
all right. All right, and I'm sure, in a phrase I'm sure none of you will find ominous, what is everyone's perception DCs?
24. Real bad.
27.
26.
29.
Okay.
Show
I
off.
am not a perceptive boy.
4 marshals roll up into a one-shot. Well, 3 marshals.
Oracle.
Fair.
Okay, so who had the 29?
You.
Okay.
Easy.
All right. So I will go ahead and tell you everybody gets to roll initiative here. Isik will be a little more aware than everybody else when this all goes down. So
Perception, I assume.
perception, GoatKing, you may roll stealth since you were staying in cover if you so desire.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
As it turns out, my perception and stealth are the same, and either way, it was a natural 1, so I'm rolling up with an 18.
Oh.
Buddy.
My
get those out of
initiative is 36.
I have a big
Right.
old 21.
All right, who had the 36?
Sick.
Who wants to bid next after a 36?
I have a 36 as well.
Okay.
There you go.
That's a big spread.
Between
And I have a
between
21
Isix
on there.
and Porthix, who wants to go first? I'll let you choose between the two of you.
You can go first. You're more the marshal, and I'm more the healer. So somebody, yeah, I'm the healer of the bunch. So
Sure. Works for me.
All right, I heard a 21.
Yeah, I am the 21. That's next.
Okay. And what was your total, Ali?
18.
All right. So
How close are those of us who are moving up when this happens?
I would say you all are about 30 feet from the wagon when all of this is going to occur.
I have battle cry, so I can demoralize when we roll initiative. If I can see something when we roll initiative, is that possible?
I am sorry to say that with one exception, every one of these creatures rolled at least an 18 natural on the die roll for stealth.
That's okay.
Yeah, the dice apparently are not being nice to you guys. So
Welcome to Pathfinder.
Hey, it's only the first fight. What's the worst that can happen?
Do not put that evil into this call.
I know.
all right. So Porthrix, as you are approaching the wagon, the hair, well, you're a kobold, you don't have hair. You just kind of get this chill up your spine, and you know you're being watched. Something's here, and you have a feeling it's probably hostile. What are you doing?
Okay, so if I don't have an immediate here it is to see, I suppose I will, for starters, interact twice to drop either Star Knife. This morning I prayed over them to make them holy. They have returning runes innately. There's just like a 1-2 kind of motion. There's a as they come out of the holsters, I guess. Star Knives are weird. There's this like burst of starlight that comes out from the pair of them as if like teeny tiny magic missiles start ricocheting all over the place. And then for my last action, I suppose I know I'm being watched. I know something is somewhere. I have zero idea where it is.
You could attempt to seek action to try to figure out where it might be.
That will be number 3 then. What's behind door number 1? Not a time to roll a 3. That's great. 19.
19 total. You're looking around and glancing around, and all you see is just rock and dirt and dead vegetation. Isik, as you are walking up on this turned over wagon, you happen to glance over to your right, and at first you think it's a trick of your eyes, but then you notice that there is a clump of rocks that is moving, and it begins to lift up, and you realize it's not actually a clump of rocks, but it's a creature. It looks to be about the size of like a greyhound dog. Its skin is very leathery and has kind of the texture and complexion that you would associate with dirt or stone. And the creature is just covered in these ghastly spines from the tip of its head all the way down to its tail. And as you all are walking towards the wagon, you kind of see this creature just kind of raise its head up, and it's tracking you all as you are moving. What are you doing?
Seeing this interesting creature, I want to do a recall knowledge. See, what is this thing?
Okay. Uh, you can attempt a nature check, or if there's another skill you would like to use, you can pitch it to me.
Okay, so more nature instead of occult is more nature.
You could attempt a cult if you wish.
Let me try occult. It's a little bit higher. That is a natural 20 for a 38 total.
Okay. Well, you can tell that whatever this creature is, it is not a magical creature. It is not like a spirit or otherworldly creature. You can tell that this is something that would be, to use game terminology, it would classify as a beast. But you have never seen a beast such as this before. It doesn't match the physical characteristics of anything that you have noticed. But with such a good roll, you could probably intuit some information about this creature. You may ask one question.
Always tough when you put it on the player for the question. Anything it might be weak to, a weakness.
You're not sure why your brain picks up on this, but something about the emaciated form of the creature and these weird jagged spines that you're seeing, you suspect that this creature may be susceptible to water in some fashion.
It hasn't acted violently or aggressively toward us yet.
The look
Just
that you're
watching us,
getting,
right?
the look that you're getting from this thing is hungry wolf.
Okay, fair enough. I am going to trying to hide, is trying to disguise as like rock and natural terrain.
Mhm.
I will use an action to point out
Okay.
so that everybody else can see it, track it, know where it is, and then I will use my last action to cast the shield cantrip.
Okay. All right. Isik points towards this what you initially thought was a pile of rocks, but when he points towards it, you can see it beginning to move. So you guys are now aware of this creature. Next up in the initiative, and just to move this fairly quickly because they all rolled so well, 5 more of these creatures from around the wagon all pop up from different points and begin to like chip and yell and bark and begin to rush towards you all. So let's see. One will hit, and the first 4 I'll just do one each, and then for the 5th one we'll see who gets the bonus creature. So, all right.
Who's the lucky winner today?
And then there's a and then there's a 6th one that Isik spotted that isn't moving yet. But all right.
Do they
So
all look pretty similar?
yes, they all look very similar. Basically, a spiky dirt brown greyhound, kind of mixed with a lizard in features. So the first 4 are going to spend a couple of actions moving up to one of you each, and then their last action will be a bite attack. So this first one will be on Porthrix. And I am spending a villain point because I'm not starting this with a botch.
If you insist, I guess.
I have a 26 on this first attack.
Which will miss.
Okay. So this creature comes running towards you, but thanks to the timely shout and just your trained senses, you're able to duck back and avoid its bite. Next up, the one on Isik. I'm gonna have to switch dice if this keeps going. 25.
I'll also miss.
All right. Creature number 3 will come up against Sivdan. And I'm not going to waste a villain point on that botch. These creatures are getting off to a fantastic start here.
Love to see
You'll
it.
love to see it. Nice.
All right. And then Ali. Okay, this is a little more promising. 32.
Yeah, that hit.
So
Okay.
presumably the other stealthy boy is within 15 feet of me. If so, I have a reaction.
Okay.
Attack comes in. Well, it depends on whether or not these things are grabbing, so I'll hold off. You do you.
This is just a regular bite. So.
Gotcha. So then the bite comes in Draconic. There's just a big loud no that comes from Porthrix. The wind picks up. There's this swirl of energy that like manifests around the creature and Ali. It picks up Ali physically, and like the wind manifests into these little motes of starlight that attach to the back of the creature's neck, such as to slow down the momentum.
Okay.
The grading step. So resistance 13 to the triggering damage. I have special high-level paladin power that I definitely remember the name of, which allows me to step as well. I will step 5 feet back from the one attacking me, and
Fair enough.
I step as well.
All right. So Ali, the creature's bite would normally deal 20 points of damage, but 13 of that is getting negated, so you'll take 7. And I need you to give me a fortitude save.
$27.
All right. You succeeded. As this creature's bite sinks into you, you get the distinct feeling that these creatures are poisonous in some fashion, but you are able to kind of shake off the effect, and you don't think it has taken hold in your system. So that is the first 4 creatures. The 5th one will... The 5th one that moved runs and jumps up on the side of the overturned wagon and does a very loud but kind of raspy howl, and then whips its tail, and you see some of the spines that are on its tail break off and shoot in the direction of Isik.
I like that.
All right.
And I love that, but I don't like that.
I don't like it on this side of the board. I would like it better if I was over here. This is the GM side of my living room, I guess.
All right. 27.
27 misses.
Okay. You see these spines come flying your way, and you just kind of duck to the side, and they fly over your shoulder. So, and with that, Sivdan, you're up.
Okay.
There
How
are.
many of,
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, how many of them are within 30 feet of me?
You all have moved. I would say probably 4 of them right now. One of them being the one that is on top of the wagon, and then the 3 that are on Isik, yourself, and Porthrix. Since Ali stayed back, that one is about 60 feet away. But
That's gorgeous. I'm going to go into a rage as a free action rage along with a 1-action terrifying howl, because that has the rage trait.
okay.
As Suvdan lets out a gurgling, watery sort of scream, sort of evocative of like deep sea monsters. So I get to make a demoralized check against each enemy within 30 feet.
Okay.
I could just roll 4 and let you know what the numbers are.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Is Mermaider by Death Clock playing in anyone else's head, or is that just me? Just me? Okay, got it.
Oh my lord, those are some bad rolls. Let's see. The nat 1 becomes a 25.
Okay.
And then we have a 27, a 34, and a 33 against their will DCs. Didn't roll above a 10, y'all.
Remember that part when you said you wanted everybody to be close to you? How's that working
Yeah.
out?
It's
Okay.
great. I'm loving it. I'm loving life.
All right.
I guess we're about to find out.
What was the high roll a 33 or 34?
There was one of each.
One of each. Okay. All right. I wasn't expecting demoralized rolls, and now I'm trying to remember how they work. Because you did
It's
take
against their will DC.
Mhm.
If I beat it, it's their frightened 1.
frightened 1. You did get a critical success on the 34.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Okay, so that was frightened 2.
okay. All
I
right.
don't think
So
I have the thing that makes them flee.
so you let out this powerful roar, and these creatures kind of jump back a little bit. They were not expecting something that had some fight in it. So
Awesome. And then, having gone into a rage, I'm going to make an... Yeah, I'm just going to make an attack against the one that's right in front of me.
okay.
Oh, my goodness. Rolls. That's only a 25 to hit.
25. Thankfully, these are the low-level ones. That hits.
Okay. Didn't expect that. Okay. I have to figure out how much damage I do. Should I separate out the cold damage or lump it in?
Lump it in.
Okay. Goodness, so much math. 26, 33
33.
total damage between slashing and cold. And negative because I'm raging.
Very nice. Very nice. What kind of weapon does your character use?
This is a gill hook.
Okay.
So it is an Azarketti sort of long pole arm that can be used to grab people.
Okay. So the hook sinks into the side of this creature. You score a very, very solid hit, but you can tell from kind of the flesh is very resistant, and though the creature kind of yelps in pain, it doesn't seem to be seriously injured.
Oh, I misread. It's supposed to be piercing.
Piercing?
Okay, so it makes a difference. For my third action, I'm going to attack one more time.
Okay.
That's a little better. That's going to be 31 to hit.
That'll hit.
Oh, 31 damage.
Okay.
This is piercing, cold, and negative. I got it right this time.
Okay. The two hits back to back, you do see that the weapon is sinking in deeper this time, and the creature does yell a little bit louder. It's still moving, it's still functioning, but you can tell that you've done an appreciable amount of damage to it. And
just
go ahead.
Just if I can add a little bit of flavor, I want to imagine that when it was trying to bite and did not hit me, that it was definitely because my skin is wet and it was sort of scared of that. Definitely wasn't the poor roll. It was just the moisture.
Okay. And now we will get to the sixth creature that Isaac initially spotted. It does not go for any of you. It takes off towards your camels. And like aggressively towards. So Ali.
Ali will first draw his hammer.
Okay.
Then he's going to attempt to tumble through the space of the one that attacked him.
All right.
A 29? It'd be reflex DC, I believe.
That will succeed.
Okay. So he'll have panache now. His speed goes up to 70 feet. He's going to try and catch up with the one that went after the camels.
Okay.
And that'll be his last action.
All right.
Olympic sprint.
At a speed of 70 feet, you're right on the thing's tail. So.
Okay. Can I get around in front of it to kind of cut it off, or?
I'll say right now you're because it kind of got to go first. You're catching up to it, but you're very close to. You're definitely moving faster than this thing. So, all right, Porthrix, you're back up.
Did anyone see where Ali went? I guess I get now how he fought the galloping hordes, the 100 bad guys with swords, you know what I mean? As I'm saying that, I would like to stride into position such that I have as many of the strange desert wolf manticore things in a 60-foot line that does not include my friends, unless I happen to know any of my friends don't mind being set on fire. With no immediate response.
I mind.
Got it. Don't set the one who's yelling at everyone in Eldritch Abomination on fire. Noted.
The game master approves of setting your friends on fire.
As many of them as I can get, and then for 2 actions, there's just like Porthric stops, cracks his neck, rolls his shoulders, leans forward, a gout of fire. I'm gonna use that kobold breath if I could get a reflex save from as many of them as I can catch.
Okay. The
30, I think it is. Yeah.
30 foot. DC.
60-foot line.
Oh,
30
60.
is the DC.
Okay. I'd say you could probably get 3 of them in a line. So. And DC 30?
Yeah.
Okay. The one on top of the wagon is rolled a nat 20. It's going to critical succeed and avoid all damage. The one that initially attacked you rolled a 37, so it'll take half damage. And then the one that Suvdon smacked is going to fail and will take full damage.
So 26 fire damage is the base. Not
Okay.
the best showing of 5d8s I've ever rolled in my life, but we'll take it. And that's my turn.
All right, Isik, you're up.
Right. As Isaac begins to cast the spell, he sees that Ali just takes off running, starts to reconsider. How many allies are within 30 feet of me?
Everyone except Ali.
Okay, so just for a moment, he pauses, and he's like, "Well, I can't get him in this one." He will do some hand gestures, speak the occultic words, and cast Blessing of Defiance to myself and my other 2 teammates. This is going to give you a +4 to Fortitude saves.
Okay.
And that is a 3-action turn, so I'm just boosting their Fortitude save after I see that these guys are poisonous.
All right. So now we are back up to the creatures. The one, we'll go for the one on Porthix first. It's going to do, well, you move, so it'll have to do an action to get back up to you. It'll do a Jaws strike, and then it'll strike with its claws for its second. So,
Okay.
Jaws, that is a natural 20. So I will need a Fortitude save here in a second.
Okay.
Okay, I feel a little mean right now. 42 damage.
42 damage. I got it. And how to,
Do you get a +4 on your Fortitude save?
which shakes out to 32.
Okay, you will also shake off the poison. You can tell the bite of these creatures is poisonous, but it does not seem to be affecting you at this moment.
Gotcha. You said it was 42 damage?
Yes. Then the claw strike. That's a 4 on the dice. We're going to go ahead and assume that misses. Okay. Isik, you didn't move on your turn, so that one is still right up on you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it is going to do jaw and then 2 claw strikes. The jaw is going to be a 32.
That one's going to hit.
Do they happen to be within 15 feet of me?
Yes.
by the power of Jesna.
Is that GoatKingDice is hard?
Yeah, we've been over this. You're not supposed to be eaten by the strange wolf monsters. That's not how this works. And I'll just kind of,
Hey, I helped you with the poison, okay?
good, I'm proud of you. I'm so wonderfully. And then the winds pick up a swirl of butterflies around Isaac that yeet him backwards.
Okay.
Less 13 damage. I will step 5 feet towards him away from the thing that just bit me.
Okay.
That I'm ignoring in this moment of chastising someone else for being bitten. I guess it's fine.
All right.
Love champion.
21 damage to Isaac and a fortitude save. Or 21 damage minus 13, correct?
Yes. Additionally, because I have exalt is the word I was looking for. Because I have super champion things. Should names are hard. My Azarketi ally, should they happen to be within 15 feet, they may also step.
Okay.
Oh, I'll step 5 feet away from my guy in front of me.
Fair enough.
Sure.
All right. So.
All right, and a fortitude save. Ooh, that's not good. 30.
30. That's good. That'll work for now.
Okay. Well, that's 30 with my bonus and everything. So.
All right. Then. Suvdan, you just stepped, so the creature's going to have to step to get back up to you. And then Jaw Strike. Spending a villain point because I'm tired of these dice not behaving.
Yes, we got rid of his villain points early.
And I rolled worse. Okay. And then the Claw Strike.
It happens.
26 probably does not hit you.
Close, but no cigar.
Okay. You dodge the bite, and then it almost manages to swipe you in the side with your claw, but you see it at the last second and spin away. So then one of these creatures was attacking Ali before he ran off, and Ali is moving so quickly, he's going to have to spend all 3 actions just to keep up.
May I made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
It's 60 feet, not 70. I messed
Okay.
up a thing. If that changes it,
You're
if
slightly.
you want a hero point, you can have it.
Nah, that's fine. You're slightly farther away from the one that you were chasing, but you're still moving faster than it. So, however, because it's 60, that will mean that the one that was attacking you will spend 2 actions and then get up on you and try to bite you for the 3rd. So, Jaw Strike. That's abysmal. 24. Okay.
Well,
I'm
we're
luring
taking
you all
one
into.
big hit.
I'm luring you into a false sense of security for the future combat encounters. That's the plan here. So,
Of course.
all right. And then the one that is up on top of the wagon is going to start flinging spines in all directions. Basically, one at Isaac, one at Suvdan, and one at Porthrix. So, Isaac, 34.
That will hurt. Yes.
Okay.
Both hit and hurt.
Yeah.
12 damage and another fortitude save, please.
Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's see. That's math. 30. Is that 8? Yeah, 38.
Okay. Technically a critical success. So the spines hit you, but you manage to shake off the poison, but you can tell from the initial sensation of both being bitten and being hit by these spines that the same poison is present in both. So, let's see. Spine attack against Porthrix. That's not nearly as good. 25 does not hit you.
That'll miss.
Okay. And then the hope for a nat 20 against Suvdan. That is not a nat 20. So, all right. This brings us up to Suvdan. What are you doing?
All right. There's one right in front of me, I know. Is there another one within range, or are they all a little further away?
You stepped towards the one that was on Isaac, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're using a reach weapon?
Yes.
I would say that you would be able to hit both the one that was attacking you and the one that's on him.
Okay. I'm gonna start with an attack with my gill hook on the one that I was already attacking.
Okay.
That's should be very hurt now because I know it took the fire damage too.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, 24 to hit.
That is a miss.
All right, let's try that again. It's worse, 22 to hit.
These creatures are remarkably nimble. So.
When you're bad at rolling, they are. Because I feel like I can do better, I'm going to try one more time. Even though
Okay.
this is mathematically the bad decision. That is a 19 to hit.
And you spend
It was a higher roll on the die every time, but it was a low bar to start.
When the bar is the floor.
You spend around aggressively fanning the creature.
Yeah.
All right.
Sudan is eyeing a bag, a pouch. I think you would all know it's a bag of holding at his side. He does not have time to use that right now.
Okay. Now we are at the one that started chasing the camels. Since you are not up on it yet, Ali, it's going to keep going, and it spends one action charging and leaping towards the camel, and you watch something a little bit peculiar take place. It actually leaps over the back of the camel and hits one of the barrels of water that you were transporting on the back of the creature, and like smashes into the barrel and knocks it over on the side. It follows it, and then it spends the rest of its round just violently tearing at that barrel. And let
Do
me
you have any idea what's in that barrel?
water.
Oh,
And you watch as it rips the barrel open and water starts to spray out and splash into the ground. Give me a perception check, Ali.
21.
It's kind of a strange. It catches you a little off guard what's happening here, but you do notice something peculiar. Some of the water, as it's splashing up from the barrel, as it's being torn apart, when the water hits the spines on the back of this creature, the spines just melt away a little bit. So, but it is now your turn, Ali. You've got the one creature that chased you. It's right behind you, and then you've got the one that is attacking a water barrel.
Okay. Can Ali shout out they're trying to destroy our water?
Sure.
As a free action, or would you like an
I'd
action?
say that's a free action.
Okay. So he's gonna do that, and then he's hammer in hand. He's gonna backswing at the one that attacked him.
Okay.
$36.
36. That is a critical hit.
Nice. Okay. So 22 physical damage.
Okay.
18 electric damage.
So 40 total.
you add critical specialization too?
Sorry, 9 electric damage. So 21 physical damage, 9 electric damage. Critical specialization. Weapon specialization. 6 more bludgeoning damage on that.
Okay.
This weapon has a lot. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You're an
and,
11th level character landing a critical hit. It's supposed to be a thing of beauty.
And my critical specialization, the target is knocked prone.
Okay. So you just whip around and catch this creature in the side of the head as it's lunging towards you, and it just kind of like tumble rolls a couple of steps.
Okay. And then he is going to run 60 feet for if. Am I within 60 feet of the one that attacked the barrels?
Yes, within an action you could get to the one that's attacking the barrel.
Okay. Spend 1 action to run up to that one, and I'm going to brain that one as well.
Okay.
Hopefully. I'm not going to brain that one as well. 19.
That will not hit.
Okay.
All right. Porthrix.
That'll end.
Oh, sorry.
No, that'll end Ollie's turn.
All right. Porthrix, you're back up.
So here's the fun part of Theater of the Mind. Can I get within 15 feet of the creature who's hucking spines at us while keeping Isik and Suvdon also within 15 feet of me?
Yeah.
The champion would like to know. Okay, so then for 1 action with my speed of 30, I will stride towards it as Porthrix does. So there's like kind of drop down, arms go back, both star knives go forward because I took dual weapon warrior and class feat that lets me double slice with thrown weapons. I'm gonna double slice with thrown weapons.
Nice.
If the creature would be angry about good damage, the weapons are holy.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid alignment damage won't do anything here.
Sadness. So then a 29 and a 30 to hit.
Both hit.
Nice. Okay. So then do I do anything else? As both of the star knives connect, they seem to like fracture and shatter. One of them into this like brilliant burst of blue and purple and silver butterflies, the other into just like a constellation, both manifesting like those fireworks that will like and then go up and burn out. That was the best description of fireworks you will find on the internet, I promise you. And then both a la the returning runes that I have remanifest in my hand. I know where
the creature is snapping at some of the butterflies and trying to bite them out of the air.
As one does. This will be slashing damage, just to see if it has a problem with one or the other. 4, 6, 7, 10 points of slashing damage, and then second attack, also 10 points of piercing.
Okay. They both seem to deal about the same amount of damage.
Nice.
So.
And that's my turn.
All right. Isik.
All right. Yeah. Isik is not a frontline fighter, so I want to move away at my speed of 25 feet, away from these creatures, and then begin to cast another spell. And you see almost an incorporeal manifestation of a star knife appear right next to the one that was in melee with me.
Okay.
I cast a spiritual weapon at 4th level.
Okay.
And I will attack with that. So that's a spell attack, right?
Yes, I think.
Okay. That is going to be a 38 to hit.
That is a critical.
Nice.
This is a critical. Oh, where are my d8s? Man, I haven't rolled physical dice in a while. It's been a while.
Right? This is so weird.
Okay. Ooh, 2 1s. So that is 2 plus 5. That is 7 doubled for 14.
It was a very impressive paper cut. Minimum damage on a critical hit is so painful.
I know. Yeah, but that'll be me.
Okay. All right. So the one that was originally that's been going after Porthix is going to continue. It has to move because you moved, but it's going to kind of repeat the snap at you with its jaws and then swipe with its claw.
Okay.
The jaw strike was abysmal, and the claw strike 26, I think, misses you, correct?
It does.
All right. The dice are continuing to betray me. All right.
Me.
Isaac, the one will chase you down again and kind of repeat the pattern it's been going through. 36.
6 is a hit. Thankfully, not a critical. But
Okay.
If they are within 15 feet of me, I would like to pull Isaac 5 feet away, but well, I guess I don't physically move them. They physically move themselves. Resistance 13, I'll step 5 feet closer to the artillery piece on
Okay.
the wagon, I suppose, and the parody step as well.
All right, Isaac, you will take 19 points of damage but then that's reduced by 13, so that'll be a total of 7 points of damage and another Fortitude save. And because he pulled you, the creature doesn't get its claw swipe, but it'll have to spend its last action chasing you down again.
and just for record, the +4 fortitude it only lasted for 1 round, so you do not have the +4 anymore. My fortitude save is a 28.
28. All right. You are continuing to resist. Since you've been hit several times, are you trained in the medicine skill?
Yes, I am. I am expert.
All right. If you wanted, you can spend an action to try to identify what this toxin or poison is, because you've been hit with it several times, and so now you're starting to get familiar with the sensation. But I'll leave that up to you if you want to use an action for that. So, let's see. Next up, the one that was aggressively fanned by Saddam last turn. He moves forward, and that will be a 37.
Doesn't crit, thankfully.
All right. Uh, 28 damage and a fortitude save.
Ooh, okay. 28 damage. Fortitude save is a 28.
Okay. So far, you guys are resisting the poison well. And anyone who has been hit by a poison attack more than twice, you have the same option. If you're trained in medicine, you could spend an action to try to identify what the poison is. So that same opportunity is out there for you guys. So it moves up, it tries a jaw, it hits you with its jaws, and then it's going to swipe with its claw for its last action. And that is an abysmal roll. All right. Creature number 5 that was chasing Ali and just took that horrible blow to the face is going to like roll back up on its feet and shake its head out a bit. Ali, you can tell that creature felt that one pretty hard. And then it's going to have to spend 2 move actions to get up on you. So that'll be its entire turn. So Don, your turn.
The one that just bit me is still the one that's been very injured, right?
Yes.
Okay, gonna try one more time.
For the sake of easy for the DM, I just have them attacking the same person each time.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Let's just hope the dice are on my side for once.
Again, putting that evil out there, my guy. That's called foreshadowing.
So 26. I think it hits.
That
right?
hits.
Fair enough, it's good foreshadowing.
It's still a 4 on the die.
These are the weak ones. Anyways.
Oh, goodness. 6. That's 20 damage total.
20. All right. The creature is looking very, very hurt.
All right, I gotta try to finish it off. Swinging the gale hook. So angry. Okay, that's more like it. Probably not a crit. 31.
31 is a hit.
damage. That's 27 damage.
27. That is enough to kill the creature. What does the killing blow look like?
I imagine, so my gill hook is a frost rune. It's doing some cold damage. So I imagine every time I've been sort of like spreading just a little bit of well, literal frost sort of across the thing, and it's been melting a little bit because, you know, we're in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And with this one, that moisture is starting to spread a little bit to its neck and making it a little softer, where I just slash through it and chop the head off.
All right. The head of the creature goes rolling off to one side. The body goes flops to the other, and the spines all along this creature that have started to soften from the frost melting begin to shatter, and just kind of pieces just go all over the ground. So,
In my third action, I'm going to take one hand off of the weapon and grab my bag holding from my side.
okay.
That is the end of my turn.
All right. The one that was attacking the water barrel after you attacked it, Ali, it is going to kind of whip around your direction and snap its jaws at you. 32.
That hits.
All right. For a total of 12 points of damage and a fortitude save.
20.
20. Okay. That is a failure.
Happened.
You feel.
Not as long as we could.
I'll save my hero points.
All right. You will take 13 points of poison damage.
Ooh.
And I'll go ahead and tell you, it'll be a minute before you have to check for stage 2. So this isn't something that's going to hit every round. But as this poison seeps into you, the heat of the desert starts to get overwhelming, and your throat suddenly gets super dry. Like you are extremely thirsty, and if you've ever had like the cramps that come from being dehydrated, that starts to happen to your body. The damage is your body kind of spasming like it's doesn't have enough water. So
That's terrifying.
It is. Oh no.
so
Which is the goal, I'm sure.
mm-hmm. Then after the bite, it is going to attempt 2 claw strikes because you're right up on it. One of those is abysmal, but the other one, I am afraid, is a natural 20. Thankfully, no poison on the claws, so 18 points of damage.
On a crit? Oh, that's not the worst.
Oh, you're right. That is a crit. I forgot that was a
sorry.
crit.
I'm so sorry.
So twice
So
that.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Hold your tongue.
I should know better.
I'm nearing half health,
Yes.
and I've got another one that's about to attack me as well.
All right.
You do have your backup character for this one-shot prepped, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Kind
So,
of dives into the half builder, pulls out the next thing.
all right.
I could. It wouldn't take long.
All right.
Fine.
So, Ali, you're up.
Wasn't the other one that was chasing me? Didn't it get a turn?
Did I skip that one?
No, like,
You may have.
I think I may
It
have.
was very wordy.
My
didn't it-
apologies.
Like it stood up and strode because it got knocked over, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. It had to stand back up, which was one action, and then because you moved so fast, it had to burn 2 actions to
It
get to
hasn't
you.
been a whole turn yet.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
My apologies.
I
Um,
love hammers.
So it is up there. It's up there. It just isn't trying to chomp on you at the moment.
Okay.
So,
Let it be known you don't have to tell Ali twice. He drops his hammer, and he spends the 2 actions it takes to retrieve something from a backpack
okay.
to pull out his decanter of endless water.
Okay.
He then unstoppers it, speaking the activation word geyser.
Okay.
You cause a powerful deluge of water to erupt at a rate of 15 gallons per round. You can direct the stream at a creature, subjecting it to the effects of hydraulic push,
Okay.
The spell attack roll plus 15. You can repeat this once per round as long as the geyser continues.
Okay.
Spending an interact action to direct the geyser each time. So, the one that attacked the water,
Okay.
my last action. I'm going to hero point that.
I think that's worth it.
Okay, that's much better. 29.
That'll hit.
Okay, so success, the target takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage and is knocked back 5 feet.
Okay.
So,
When it's knocked back, would you say it's a making way? Oh, Prince Ali.
And it is literally water, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
it is literally water, but it in the spell, it does say bludgeoning damage. I don't know if that will
Mhm.
mean it doesn't count, but 14 damage.
14 damage. All right. So you notice a couple of things. First off, it catches and gets hit, and I think hydraulic push is it 10 feet or 5 feet. Okay.
For normal success, it's 5 feet.
Okay, so it gets knocked back 5 feet, and when the water strikes this creature, the spines that are up and down this creature's body just melt away. So you see those spines just very rapidly disappear, and the creature begins to move in a very jerky fashion while it's covered in the water. It has gained the slowed condition. And that's all your actions for this round, correct?
Correct.
All right, Porthrix.
You don't think Ali is right? He's probably fine. How can I speak? Look at that physique. We get that and then drop down to a knee. I double slice both star knives up at same target, focusing
Okay.
down on the one who's shooting us for a 33 and considerably lower 28.
Both will hit.
Nice. So we'll just do all slashing, I guess. Why not? 8, 9 from the first one, then 12 from the second one.
21 total?
Yeah.
All right.
And do I have anything better to do with my third action than to just huck a star knife again? I don't feel like I really need to lay on hands myself right now. So, yeah, why not? We brought agile weapons for a reason. Because it was the favored weapon of my deity. That's the reason. Third attack is a can't math. It would be somewhere in the mid-20s, I want to say. Not me breaking out a calculator. Stop your
Well, mid-20s is in the it's a questionable outcome.
minus 8 from the map. 28.
Hits.
Nice. Okay, so then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 further.
Nice.
And that'll do it for me.
All right, Isaac.
Okay, how far from me are the two that are attacking Ali?
Ali was off to the side of the road because he was hiding in cover. So so I'm trying to do trigonometry in my head at the second.
Welcome to Pathfinder.
Exactly. I'll say 80 feet.
Oh man, that's a good hike.
Ali also moves really, really fast.
Yeah, that which is unfortunate because I want to go heal him, but he's too far away. I will spend 2 stride actions to move 50 feet.
Okay.
Use my remaining action to sustain spiritual weapon and attack that same creature that has been giving me so much trouble.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 25 to hit.
25, that will hit.
Nice. Oh, that's better. Okay. Is 18 points of damage.
How much?
18 force damage.
18?
18, yes.
Okay. Sorry, my sound was being goofy.
Okay.
Yeah, the very beginning of your words sometimes get cut off, but it works. It's okay.
All
Okay.
right.
1, 8. 18.
All right. All right. Creatures are back up. First, the one that's been chasing Porthix around. 28.
That'll miss.
Okay. And then it'll do a claw for the second attack, and that's worse. And you moved last round, correct?
Yeah, no, last round I stayed where I was.
Okay, so it's then it would have one action remaining. For its last action, it is going to bark at the one that's up on top of the wagon. It's communicating in some fashion, you're not sure what. So, then the one that is on Isik is tired of chasing Isik all around the map, so it's going to go after Suvdan because he's closer. Suvdan, 31.
31 will hit. Yeah.
Well, less 13, and everyone can step. I guess I'll continue stepping closer to the artillery.
Okay. I would say you're right up on the artillery now.
Nice.
All right. 19 minus 13, you take 6 points of damage, Suvdan, and fortitude save.
Yes. Asking the barbarian to make a fortitude save. And I can step too, right?
Yes, and as can Isaac.
Yes.
Okay.
I will certainly step away from the one that just bit me. That is a 39 fortitude save.
Critical success. All right. And because you used Liberating Step, it has to use its third action to keep trying to chase you down.
Beautiful.
Liberating Step is saving you guys from so many attack rolls right now.
Oh, it's so good.
I've known on paper for so long that a high level liberator would be dope, and now I know for realsies. Now it's real.
Then the one that's been doing artillery, since Porthix just kind of pulled up beside the wagon, it's going to hop down off the wagon and try to snap at you.
Okay.
And that's a nat 1. Okay. Claw. $31.
That hits right on.
Okay. No poison damage, but you will take 15 points of slashing damage.
Alrighty.
And then, all right. Now we've got the one that was chasing Ali. He has finally caught up with Ali and is looking for revenge for the hammer to the face tactic. $36.
That hits.
Okay. But he does not have flanking on you because you used the hydraulic push on the other one. So, all right. 21 damage.
Okay.
And you do get another fortitude save because this is another exposure to poison.
Did you say
Yes.
21 damage?
Yes.
How much damage did you say?
21.
And
don't-
it is a 27 fortitude save.
Okay. You don't take any more poison damage from this new exposure. And then it will claw. That's a maybe 28.
28 will not hit.
Okay. For its third action, since it's right up on you, its best option is just to swing for the bleachers. So it's going to do another claw strike. And that's a remarkably good roll, but still only comes to a 24, so you're safe. Suvdan. You've got one creature that left fighting Isik and is attacking you. You've got one that just hopped off the wagon and is going after Porthix. And you've got another one that's like a 5-foot step from Porthix.
How hurt is the one right in front of me?
Uh, he's taken some damage. Wait, the one in front of you?
The one that was
Okay.
attacking me.
He's been hit by a spiritual weapon a couple of times, so he's taken a couple solid hits. He's not nearly as bad as the other one that you took down, but
So what I want to do, and this is gonna be some shenanigans.
okay. I like shenanigans.
Get ready. So you know that I'm an Azarketi, and Azarketi need to be submerged in water at least once a day.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent 75 of my gold on a bag of holding and filled it with water so that I can submerge myself in it once per day. That's reasonable, right?
Yes.
Portable bathtub over here.
Mhm.
Right. Nothing crazy there. What I would like to do, if possible, is open the bag of holding and just splash a little bit of that water on the thing right in front of me.
Okay.
And I don't know what kind of roll that's going to take.
I think we will go a range strike with a simple weapon. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair, yeah.
Someone adds a bag of water to the simple weapons table. Pocket water.
Range increment of 10 feet. Maybe 5 feet. 5 feet.
That should
Would we call it a splash weapon?
should just be 4 less than my strength-based melee. Okay, so that's a 27 to hit. That's pretty solid.
That will hit, and you see the spines melt, and the creature starts doing the jerky movement that I described. It's gained the slow condition. It doesn't deal any damage, but it does slow the creature down and impact their spines.
Understandable. That was one action. So then I'm gonna drop the bag of holding. I'm just gonna leave it. Grab the weapon again and use the third action to make one attack.
Okay.
Hit it while it's wet. I hate that sentence now that I've said it.
Can I nominate him for a hero point over that? Strike while the iron is covered in pocket water. I hate that one too. God.
23 to hit.
That will miss.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is what we deserve.
It's my turn.
Make it worse. Strike while the dog is wet.
All right. The one that Ali hit with the geyser, you see the spines that were on its back where those were. You see those starting to crystallize and reform. But they haven't reformed yet. It is going to spend an action to move towards you, and it's going to spend an action to try to use its jaw strike. It is in flanking, but it's not going to get a third action because it's slowed this round. 30.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
My fortitude save is 34 this time.
The damage was extremely low, 12 points of damage, and you don't take any poison damage. So it manages to get a bite in, but it's just like a very surface level wound. So, and that will bring us back around to your turn, Ali.
Okay. I was hoping the water might last on it a little bit longer, but
It is still wet.
small
but-
blessings.
Basically, you can see that these spines regrow. It just takes a bit. So,
Gonna pick up my hammer. No, wait. Okay. So before I do that, 'cause I gotta
Mhm.
do the
geyser.
bottle with 2 hands. Spray the other one.
Okay.
23.
Miss.
Miss. Okay. Dropping an item is
Mhm,
free,
free
action.
action.
I assume taking one hand off. Free action as well, or
Yes.
Okay.
It's one action to like adjust a grip from one hand to two hand, but dropping grip is free action.
Okay. So drop grip, pick up my hammer, and run towards the Oracle.
Isaac? Okay.
Isaac, yes.
You can
Um,
easily get there.
Yeah. Between Isaac and the creatures, I still want to be between them, but
Okay.
right up next to him.
You run up to him and then spin around to face those two creatures. All right. This brings us back to Porthix.
That's me. Okay, gonna do the same thing we've been doing. Continue. I guess this time if I'm right up on it, I won't bother throwing the sword
Mhm.
knives. I'll just pow. Okie doke. 28. Can I roll higher than a single digit number, please? That one's a natural one. That's what I deserve.
The
I did
first
that to
single
myself.
digit number.
I assume the 28 hits.
The
for
28 hits.
9 points of piercing damage.
All right.
Oh gosh, and we're gonna, because we are now full of Angie at that, I'm gonna attempt the third strike, which is a 17 on the dice, but I don't think it's gonna matter. But we're gonna be judged for using calculators in public once again, because I forget what the
Only
math
our heads.
is. Only our heads. 30,
Sorry.
31.
Hits.
Nice. So 7. Stop rolling ones. D4, you coward. Rolled another 1. 8.
All right.
And that's my turn, I guess. That's my comeuppance.
You are landing solid blows. There's several cuts on the creature. You've knocked several spines off as you've hit it. You're dealing some damage to this creature. They are just surprisingly durable for how emaciated their frame is. They can take a beating. So
I knew I should have brought something bigger than a star knife stabs again.
all right. Isaac.
Right, seeing my friend Lee come towards me, I want to cast Heal. I'm gonna go. It's a signature spell, so I'm going to do level. Yeah, he's taking a beating. I'm gonna go 4th level healing.
Okay.
2 action.
He's right up on you, so you could do one action if you just wanted to do the touch range.
It's pretty hurt though, right? You're free.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the 2 actions so I
Okay.
can get the extra healing in there as well.
Okay. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of
Okay.
the visual.
Math.
Yep.
Somehow it just gets harder once it's above 20. I
Right?
don't know what it is.
Why'd they put 2 digits in numbers?
All right, that is going to be an even 40 points of healing to you.
Nice.
You did that right? Yeah. And I would use my last action to sustain spiritual weapon. I'm going to keep attacking the same creature, I guess.
Okay.
We'll make it easy. And that is going to be another 2d. Oh, I got to do my strike first. 24.
How much? 24?
24 to hit. 24 to hit.
That will miss.
Okay. All right. That is all of my actions.
All right. So back around to creatures. The one that has been chasing you, Porthix, glances over at its friend that has moved into melee with you. It's going to move into melee on the opposite side, so it's going to be in flanking, and it's going to try to jaw strike you. That is a natural 1. My dice are not being kind to me tonight. And then claws for second attack. That is 2 1s in a round.
If this is how much we get hurt when your dice aren't being kind to you, I hope we never see what it's like when they are kind.
Wowie, is that my 5th natural 20? Oh.
See, the problem
my goodness,
is I
yeah.
rolled all of the high numbers on their stealth checks.
Mm.
They were. You didn't see them coming, and now you're not sure if they're here. No. All right. Let's see. The one on Suvdan is gonna, or the chasing Suvdan now steps up. Jaws attack. That's abysmal. A 21 does not hit you. I know that for sure. And that's a 6 on the claw strike. 20. No, not even 20. That's a 19. That misses too. So, and then the one that was doing artillery is now flanking on Porthrix. So jaw strike.
Okay.
I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 2.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I rolled a 20 on the claw strike though.
Not nice. Horrible. The worst outcome.
All the hits, all the damage we've taken in this fight has been from nat 20s.
All right. 14 points of damage on the claw strike.
Is that from the critical or?
Yes. Oh, thank you. 28 points of damage.
I feel like I should.
Stop it! Stop it!
We
I'm
keep doing
just
this to
being
ourselves.
fair.
Then,
I was considering a summoner. I'd just like to break them out for the second half, so I need to die.
all right. And its third claw strike is going to miss terribly. So, all right. And now we are up to the one that has been chasing Ali. And he took off running, so it's basically going to spend its entire round turning around and chasing you again. Suvdan, you're up.
There's still one right next to me, right?
Yes.
I am finally going to do what I actually built this character for and just grapple it.
Okay.
And I get, let's see, +2 from whatever feat it is.
The
Bonus
athletics
athletics 6.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it's when I'm not doing damage. That is a 43.
You have a critical success on grappling this thing.
Yes, so it'll be restrained, I believe.
Yep.
So it can't take any actions other than to escape.
Okay.
You
So-
said
Until the end of-
restrained, and Liberator Brain just immediately fired on. It was so weird.
You're going to use your reaction to help the
Not
enemy.
in my house.
So you,
All right,
you
so I have
Fair,
effectively grabbed into it with, and this is with the Gale Hook. This is not with my hands.
okay.
And then I'm going to try to attack it with the Gale Hook.
Okay.
Like, cut in deeper while I'm already grabbing on.
I feel like I've seen this war movie.
Okay, this 27 to hit.
That'll hit.
Good roll. 17, 31 damage.
31. Nice.
Final attack with -10 on it. No, that's going to be 21. It won't hit.
All right.
But now it's flat-footed if anyone else tries to attack. I'm helping.
And you helped.
And then the one that originally was attacking the water barrel is chasing Ali, but he's slowed, so he's chasing Ali at a much slower pace. Ali, you're up. One of them did catch up with you, but that's all it did on its round.
Yeah. I would like to ask about that heal. You said 40 hit points, right? Level 4 healer's like 4d8 plus 36, right?
Plus 32.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. That should have been
Plus
48.
32?
Oh, I
For each spell
rolled.
level.
Nah.
I rolled
worries.
low. My roll was actually just 16. But I think that should actually be 48 instead of 40.
Okay,
48. Sorry about that.
that's okay. I also play an oracle who dabbles in healing people, and I normally get pretty decent rolls when I heal, so I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah, I rolled low on the dice, but
that's fair.
Story of tonight's one shot.
One in front of me. I would like to trip
Okay.
this guy. It'll be an athletics against its reflex DC.
Okay.
It is very good. 37.
That is a success. So
Okay.
once again, this creature.
Yeah, so like Ali is standing there, he's got a jug of water that's just spraying, but he can't properly aim it because it requires two hands. So he just like leg sweep, and then he's gonna bring his hammer down.
Good description.
Multiple attack penalty because trip is an attack. But I don't think that'll be a problem. So 36.
That is a critical hit.
Level characters feel awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Bonk.
So critical hit. It was already prone, so that hammer's not going to do too much with that. And I need to remember my +2 precision from having Nosh. So let's see. 7, 6. So yeah, so 14 doubled, so 28 physical damage.
Okay.
Yeah. And then 6 electric damage.
Okay.
Might as well hit him again, right?
Why not?
So still a decent roll, but I don't know if it'll do enough. Let's see. 26.
That hits.
That hits. Okay, okay. $13 physical damage and 6 electric damage. And that will round out Ali's turn.
Okay. That one has taken a pretty severe beating. It is still moving, though you're kind of wondering how.
Last legs.
All right. Porthrix. You got two of these. You got two of these creatures on you.
Not for long. Well, I say that now. I continue to curse the chat. I'm gonna double slice the one that crit me and stop thinking too hard about it. Natural 20. My brain started auto-correcting what I wanted to say was natural Kraken because we only use Kraken dice in this house. And they're really pretty. Second attack is an 8, so it was incredibly close, but a 30 to hit.
That'll hit as well. So one critical hit and one regular hit.
Nice. So then the regular hit does 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage. Then we have...
Is that doubled?
12. No, that was the regular.
Okay.
And then 6, 7, 8, 12, 24 from the critical. Additionally, from the nice weapon group, they take persistent bleed damage.
Okay. So
Assuming they're still...
If they bleed.
Tell me, monster, do you bleed?
Think of the same thing.
It just looks up. No,
Of course we don't.
only water. It's our thing.
Dust
common.
seems to be pouring out of its side.
Nice.
Dust. Nice. Love it.
Return to dust, and I guess third action. How far away is the one on its last legs that's been chasing Holly around the map?
Your move speed was 25 feet, right? Is it
Yes.
Oh.
I have the so probably about 50 feet.
about
from you,
50 feet
give or
away?
take.
About 50 feet?
Yeah.
Do I want to, for the memes, just yeet a star knife 3 range increments down? Yes. Yes, I do.
Amazing.
Hacha! So it's a 19 on die. No, it's not good. 19 plus 22 minus 8 because agile is a 33. The target is 50 feet away from me. So I'm attacking into just barely my third range increment. So less 6.
Hmm.
27 to hit.
27 will hit.
Your odds were not good.
Tap, tap. So 6, 7. Stop rolling ones, you nerd. 9 points of slashing damage.
So, Ali, you've tripped this thing and you're beating it with a hammer and just like, why won't you die? And then all of a sudden, a star knife just comes over your shoulder and drops down, and the creature kind of.
Got him!
You stole
One kill. You're welcome. And butterflies go flying back. And that's my turn.
All right.
I should probably also say for the healer, it's very obvious Porthrix's robes are very ripped. There's a not inconsiderable amount of blood.
How
All
many of these things are left?
right. There's one on Suvdan that is pretty badly hurt. There's one on Porthrix that is pretty badly hurt and bleeding dust. There's one that is on Porthrix and has taken a little bit of damage, but nothing significant. And then there's the one that was attacking the water barrel and is slowed. So that was Porthrix's turn. Isik.
All right. Isaac sees that Ali is handling this one pretty well. Wants to give him a little bit of a helping hand. Extends his hand, starts to cast a spell. All of a sudden, the star knife comes out of nowhere and right into it. It retreats back. He's okay. And then focuses towards the one by the water barrel. How far away is it?
It's gone, I'd say it's about 30 feet from you. It got about halfway from the water barrel to you under the slowed condition, so.
Right. Isaac will extend his clawed Eruxy hand. You see almost like his hand's absorbing the light from around him into it, and the sky and the area around him gets a little bit darker just for a moment. Then he fires out this, it's like a void of darkness towards this creature, and it is going to need to do a fortitude save against one of my oracle spells. It's called Interstellar Void.
We all watch Essex begin to slowly leave the ground.
Its fortitude save is an 18.
Love to see it.
One second. You know what? I'm getting two spells confused. I apologize. Yeah, this is a fortitude save. All right. And that is an 18.
Mm-hmm.
18 is going to be a critical failure.
I had a feeling.
How much damage? This is going to be a bunch of damage.
Is this you said you were doing this on water barrel?
Water barrel one,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wanted to make sure I'm putting it in the right spot.
Goodness. All right. Okay, that is going to be a total of 50 points of cold damage.
50 points?
50 points of cold damage, yes.
Okay.
Nice.
And that was a 2-action turn. In section, I still have my spiritual weapon going. Are the one by my other two allies, whichever one is looking the worst, I'm going to try to attack it.
Probably the one that has, like, dirt pouring out of its side.
Okay. I will attack it, and that is going to be a 38 to hit.
That is a critical. And I feel like I know what the answer to the outcome of this is.
20 points of damage.
20 points. What happens? How does it get finished off?
All right, so this image of the star knife that's just kind of been floating around and hacking and slashing, one of them turns and just flies towards the other one and just cuts straight across its neck. It stays there for a moment, doesn't quite realize what happened, and then its head just falls off to the ground.
Nice. I like this competing star knife chucking that's happening across the battlefield right now.
Yes.
The devotees of Desna are playing the world's most lethal game of horseshoes at the moment.
Close only counts in horseshoes and yeet.
Star knife throwing.
All right, so we do still have two that are close to Porthix and Sivdan. So Porthix, the one that is coming after you, will jaw strike first. That's terrible. 22 does not hit.
Indeed, it is terrible.
Claw strike. 23 does not hit. And you didn't move this round, correct?
I did not.
Okay, so it'll get one more claw. That's a good roll, but a bad modifier. 25, I don't think hits you.
Also
Okay.
miss.
Okay. It is intimidated by all these star knives it sees flying around. It doesn't know which way is up at this point.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And Sudan, did you move this? Or no, the one on you is restrained, so it can only try to escape, which I believe is against your athletics DC. I think.
I believe so.
Okay.
Which right now, it's always been a little unclear to me whether the bonus from Brutal Bully or Furious Bully applies to my DC.
Well, it rolled a 2, so I don't think it made it.
Okay. Yeah.
It will try to escape again, but with a penalty. What is your athletics DC?
At least 32.
It didn't make it. So this creature is like flailing and flopping on the ground and trying to get out from underneath the gill hook, but it is you've got it pinned in place.
Yeah.
So
That number depends on if you count item bonuses and circumstance bonuses to make DC. I don't know how that works.
Okay. So then, Sivdan, it's your turn.
Yes, well, Sudan also doesn't really know which way is up with all the star knives floating around. But he knows there's something in front of him that is alive that shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to try to stop that. And it is still restrained until the end of the turn. It's still going to be flat-footed. That's just a 30 to hit, but that'll do it.
Okay.
$32 damage.
Okay. Oh, so close.
Okay, I can do this. Second action attack. Yeah, that'll, well, check. 28, yeah.
Yep. Do you do more than 2 damage?
Let me check after I roll 3 dice.
Rolls a 1 and a 1 and a 0.
Yeah.
No!
No, yeah,
It's a 0 on my D8.
It's another 28 damage.
Okay.
And I think this time, where the first one was a little more frost of a kill, this one is, so I actually do negative damage while raging. So this one is almost like the gill hook almost like sucks out the life from this creature, and it doesn't look terribly injured, but even more sort of frail and dehydrated as it crumples dead.
Yeah, no, I've seen this horror movie before.
The creature struggles and struggles and tries to pull away, and it just gets weaker and weaker and weaker before finally it stops moving.
Gorgeous. How far away is the last one?
There is still one on Porthix that hasn't taken a ton of damage. So you could very easily move up to where you're ready to attack it.
Okay.
And then there's
Yep.
the one that just got hit with the interstellar void, I think. That's on towards the camels. So
I'm gonna go to the one that's on Porthrix.
okay.
I'm gonna try to actually get in 5 feet, not using my reach.
Okay. So
That's my turn.
easy enough. We are up to the creature that attacked the water barrel. It is slowed, so it will get up to Ali, but it's only going to get 1 bite this turn. $32.
That'll hit.
Okay. And fortitude save is normal.
Very good fortitude save. 35.
35. All right. No damage from the poison, but you will take 14 damage from the bite. And then it is your turn.
Okie dokie. I know I'm in range to hit the water boy. Am I in range to hit the other one that's I wouldn't be.
You wouldn't be. The other one is basically over by the wagon.
Okay.
So
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna trip water boy.
okay.
28 against his reflex DC.
That is enough. You trip it.
That is enough. Wow. Okay. Awesome. And then I'm gonna hit him. So 12, 21, 33.
That'll hit.
Already counting multiple attack. Okay. Maybe this time I won't forget all the things that I've got, because so he's tripped, so there's a bonus from that. Okay. Okay. 38 physical damage, bludgeoning.
Okay.
And 2 electrical damage.
All right. It is looking very badly injured.
And I have 1 action left.
Finish him.
If you don't, I will.
Okay, I'll give that a shot. I'll be taking a big penalty, but
Not throwing away my shot.
30.
That hits.
Okay.
This hard.
Math with your
20.
friends.
20 and 2 electrical.
20 and 2 electrical. How do you finish it off?
So he was kind of wailing on the one before, like, why won't you die? And a star knife hit it, and then this one comes up to him and was like, trip you. Let's go to town again. And sparks are flying, and it's not a pretty kill, but it's a kill.
I will not be have a kill steal this time. So, all right. This will bring us, and I will tell you good timing on finishing this one off because the slow was going to wear off next round. So those spines that you've been seeing were about to finish regrowing.
Okay.
But that brings us to Porthix. There
Alright,
is 1 creature remaining. Suvan has moved where he can attack it. I'll go ahead and assume that
Being aboard, he would, yeah.
I will assume that he moved into flanking, even though he didn't say it. Theater of the mind, you don't remember all the details, but I will assume flanking because it would have been very easy for him to maneuver in that way. So,
And then there's 1 more additionally on top of that one remaining, right?
no, this is the last one.
Well, I guess I'll just throw my Star Dive Find Rage increments away at nothing. Then no, I'm just gonna beat the brakes off of the one remaining one. Double slice. Here we go. So then 29.
Hits.
I guess it's flat-footed, and give me a higher number plus. Well, it's a 30 over. It's flat-footed.
Hits.
These dice do not like me tonight. So then 12, 14, 17, 22 slashing damage from 2 sources if it matters.
All right.
Actually, I think it's 1 source from double slice.
Mhm.
But we're not worried about that right now. We're worried about the 3rd strike, which is a 34 minus 8.
Still hit.
26.
26, yeah. So that additional 8, 9 more.
Okay.
And that's me.
Isaac.
Right, let's see if Isaac can do a kill steal over here with the star knife.
No.
That's going to be a 38 to hit.
That is a critical.
Just had a brain fart there for a minute. Okay, sorry. 24 points of damage.
24. Is that doubled?
That's 12 doubled to
Okay.
24. Yes.
All right.
Second strike. Ooh. One doesn't look good. 24.
Because, well, no, you don't count as you wouldn't count flanking on
I
a
would
spell
get the
attack.
flanking. I would
So-
not get the flanking. No.
All right, so that's a
Okay.
miss.
Last action. Friend Ali is still looking pretty hurt. I'm going to do a battle medicine.
Okay.
I'm expert, so I'll do it at DC 20.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot. Yeah, that's a critical success. All right.
Okay.
So that is going to be 48 plus
10.
5.
48 plus
Okay.
10. I remembered to put that chart by my desk for this adventure.
I got my GM screen right behind the camera.
36 points of healing.
You, my friend, are quite appreciated.
Well, Isaac tries to help out where I can, but we'd still be in much trouble if you weren't here bashing things in their brains.
All right. So now we're at the one surviving creature, and he's between Porthrix and Sivdan. I'm not sure which one of you he would consider the bigger threat at the moment. So I'm going to determine a target randomly. Porthrix, odds or evens?
Oh, God. Yeah, evens.
He's going after you.
Great.
All
That's
right.
what I wanted.
All right. Jaw strike.
Mhm.
That is a 25. I'm pretty sure that
That's what
misses
I
you.
wanted. Indeed.
And the creature realizes its last moments are probably upon it, but it's surrounded, so pretty much all it can do is go down swinging. So it'll just make 2 claw strikes at you as well.
Dope.
The good one is a 26.
And that misses.
Okay. Yep. Not an effective turn. All right. Sivdan.
All right, let's finish this. I'm going ham on the one right in front of me.
Yep.
All 3 attacks. 32 to hit.
Did you say 32?
Yeah, 32, sorry.
That hits.
Yeah, that's my bad. 26 damage.
Solid hit.
That's better. So that'll be a 33.
That is a crit.
Ah, cause flanked. Yes. 54 damage.
Okay, what spectacular finish do you get on this creature? Because I want you to realize you did more than a third of its health in a single strike.
I think I take the gill hook, which is really meant for piercing, and it does piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just sort of like whack it with the broad end, and it like explodes into dust and dirt and whatever else is inside it. That's for you to describe.
Okay. So you hit this creature. In your observations of fighting these things and slashing at them, you kind of just recognize a weak point and manage to drive the gill hook right into it, and the creature snaps almost with the sound of like rock breaking, if you will, and kind of explodes out with dust and small crystalline pieces scattering everywhere. It is a beautiful and terrible sight to behold. But you guys have successfully defeated these creatures. You investigate around the wagon. You find evidence of merchants that have been attacked very clearly by these creatures. The bodies have mostly been destroyed. You do find some trade goods and stuff that are still in the overturned wagon. You do notice that much like one of these creatures went after your water barrels, there are a couple of what look like wine barrels that seem to have been violently smashed by these creatures whenever the attack occurred. So you do find kind of a repeat of that weird behavior that Ali watched one of these creatures try to do. If you want, you can take a few minutes to rest, recover, use battle medicine, refocus if you need to.
Ali is still poisoned.
Ah, good call. Good call. Give me a second fortitude save. I forgot about that. Thank you.
My luck holds up with these fortitude saves. 36.
That is a critical success, so you will end the effect.
Okay.
So
And then he's gonna dump water on himself.
the
In the interview space, I will perform the champion lay on hands refocus loop
okay,
until
all right,
I and the squad go back to full.
sounds fair.
I was going to use a potion, but okay.
Presuming we have the time.
Yeah.
right?
You can easily take some time to do the refocus and heal up routine.
I was just gonna say, not knowing if we're gonna see these again, and because these are your literal creation that is literally being published and literally has dope art that we saw earlier, I'm very curious. What in every evil afterlife Paizo ever printed did we just fight?
so,
We gotta highlight the thing. It's what we're here for.
Gotta highlight, yeah.
So-
Almost murdered us.
so that creature is known as a salt stalker. And upon investigating it a little bit closer, you realize that the spines on the back of the creature and the toxin that it was injecting into you is in fact concentrated salt, designed to violently dehydrate its prey.
In that episode of Star Trek, right? I remember this. Okay.
I think Suvdan especially is a little bit like chilled to his bones and hearing that, because dehydration is the first and foremost concern on his mind at all times.
Yeah.
And he definitely on realizing, and I'm seeing the behavior of like destroying all the wine barrels and stuff. He definitely like takes another furtive glance at the bag of holding and mutters to his squid familiar once again, "Going to need to be careful with our water here, Kalmar."
I assume my monkey has been stealing rations, or at least one ration, from the bags on the camels while we were all fighting. So he is just sitting up there on the hill on the back of one of the camels, while Ali caps the decanter and then reactivates it as stream to get everybody some water
Okay.
before they continue.
David, I will say when I saw that you were running an Azarketti for this adventure, I was like, should I tell him? Should I tell him, or should I let this be a surprise?
And I feel like you should just target him exclusively.
Yeah.
Because he's the thing the monsters want.
All right.
He's got what salt stalkers need. Water.
Well, let us dive back in. So you all have taken a little bit of time to rest and recover, and now that you have a bit of a grasp on the threat that is in this area, you have seen these creatures and you've kind of identified a little bit of what they are and how they work. You continue on your way towards Mercy's Rest, and after a couple of hours, you arrive at the oasis that kind of serves as the trading post and where the priests and priestesses would live whenever they weren't managing the holy site itself. As you're coming up, you see what is essentially a large pond, an oasis, that's sitting at the base of a trail that works its way up the side of the mountain. And off to the left side of the oasis, there's 4 low stone buildings that serve as kind of like resting areas, common bunks, that kind of thing. The pond of the oasis is surrounded by several tall palm trees, but much like the other plants that you've seen as you've approached, you see that the palm trees are starting to show signs of wilting a little bit, which is a little bit strange because you still see the pond there. The buildings, even from a distance, you can tell that there was an attack here of some kind. You see what look like a couple of bodies that are laying out in between the buildings and the pond itself, presumably mauled at some point. 2 of the buildings, you can see smashed doors and smashed windows. One of the buildings, you can see that the door is kind of hanging open and just kind of swaying a little bit. But the building that's kind of the farthest away from the mountain trail, you can see that the door to that building is shut tight. Pacing in front of that building that where the door is shut, you see another creature. It looks similar to the ones that you just encountered, but it is a little bit stockier. Like, it's got a shorter head, a shorter body. You still see spines and stuff covering it, but it looks a little bit broader and thicker. It would be like the difference between a greyhound and a bulldog almost, but keeping otherwise a similar appearance. You see this creature just kind of pacing its way back and forth in front of that building. And right now, I'm assuming you guys are a pretty good distance off. So
Makes sense. Would you say the current terrain, for the purposes of terrain stalker, as we go into the settlement, would it count as rubble?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Okay, so then as we get going where we're going with terrain stalker, assuming I'm undetected by them,
Mhm.
I can sneak without attempting a stealth check, which will allow me to automatically approach within 15 feet. There's
Okay.
5 minutes of weird hand gestures that certainly everyone in the party understands because we've worked together for so long, but are mostly just gibberish, and away we go.
Okay.
2 fingers at me, 2 fingers at the barbarian, 1 finger twice over at the big thing, then pantomiming a fanning motion, I suppose. And then there we go.
You say it's pacing in front of the door. Does it look like it's trying to get in the door, or like it's guarding the door?
It doesn't look like it's guarding the door. It looks like it's it looked like it's trying to get past, would be your interpretation of its movements. We've got Porthrix kind of organizing a sneaking up on this creature. Is there anything else that you all would want to do as you're approaching?
So we are we all going to sneak up, or is it just Porthrix going on ahead alone?
I mean, I have quiet allies.
Right.
So, sneaking with Porthix, hammer in one hand, sling with a loaded rock in the other.
Okay.
I've obviously got my gill hook out,
Okay.
just in case.
We know those things are angry and are water, so I feel like it's
Angie.
reasonable to have weapons out.
I'll just be holding my staff. Be like in the back of the group.
All right. If I remember correctly, Quiet Allies is 1 check for the group with the lowest bonus. Is that correct?
Whilst I
Lowest
am
bonus.
avoiding bonus, and allies follow the expert, you and those allies can roll a single stealth check using the lowest modifier.
Okay.
But that would be the modifier from Follow the Expert, not your own.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be using my like +2 stealth.
Right.
Yeah, I've got a +2 also.
Okay. So that would be, I think, base 11 plus Dex would be the lowest for the group. Does that sound right?
What is Porthrix's proficiency?
Porthrix is master.
Okay, so there is +3 as well. What is names? What is Ali's stealth?
Ali is trained at a +17.
Okay, that means mine would end up being the lowest, along with Isaac.
Yeah,
At
we
a
died.
+15 total.
Okay. So plus, so
Plus 15.
all right. Who wants to head up the stealth check?
I suppose I'll put our fate in my tiny, scaly kobold hands. 1d20 plus 15? 30?
30. All right.
Okay. Bad, not bad.
Okay. So, you guys will get up. It's up to within 15 feet of these creatures, right?
Per terrain stalker, I can automatically.
Okay.
Where the rest of the squad goes, I think depends on the squad.
I would say that you all could probably get up to like the side of the house, where like you're around the corner from it. Would kind of be my assumption. Like, you're still out of line of sight. You can get them that close, but you all would have to go around the house to engage the creature. With Porthix's leadership and sense of timing, you are able to get past the creature or get past the creature's line of vision and get up against the side of the house. So, what are you all doing?
I mean, I see.
Like, rolling initiative is perfectly valid here, but
Yeah.
Are
okay.
there any on the side of the house that we're on? Are there any like windows or other entrances, exit points?
there are some small windows. If you'd like to look through those, you can.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
As that's happening, I'm gonna quickly do the butterfly over myself, extend the focus point. I did a bluff myself.
Fair enough. Okay, so
One.
looking through the window, Isaac, you were the one that looked, right? Or
Yes.
okay. You look in and you see a dead one of the salt stalkers that you fought before, kind of laying in the middle of one of these rooms, and about 5 feet past that, slumped in a chair, not moving, you see the body of Diamala, the priestess of Serenray. And you see a pretty visible wound in the side of her body.
She is in there and she looks very badly injured. Maybe dead, I can't quite tell. We need to get in there. We need to help her somehow.
Are those windows like openings, just small openings, or they
Uh,
got glass?
They would be like maybe the size of someone's head. They're relatively small.
Could a monkey familiar fit through?
Yes.
Okay. I ask for but a moment. Share Boo's vision and send him in to see if there's any more details he can find, as well as if this person is alive or already expired.
Okay.
While that's
Boo's
going on,
vision?
I'm just gonna like hug the corner of the wall. Should a boo make a loud noise, the creature outside otherwise feel a need to go in the house or whatever the heck, ready to turn huck star knives and provide cover.
Fair enough. All right. Perception check for Boo.
21.
21. Okay. Inside, sharing his senses, there is very obvious signs of a struggle. It's clear that Diamala got into this building and was trying to board off the building, and one of the creatures managed to force its way in, and that there was a fight between her and it. You see signs of like spell blasts and stuff on the creature's body, so you can tell that she managed to kill it. As Boo approaches, he gets within like 5 or 6 feet of her, and she twitches a little bit and looks over, and it is looking at Boo, and you can see through his eyes like this confused look on her face, and she tries to speak. You hear a hoarse whisper coming out, but like what?
She lives. She's gravely injured. A boo will probably end up, or a boo would probably, I don't. Go ahead.
I think the best course of action is kill the thing, force our way in.
How good is Abu at carrying things? Could he possibly carry a potion in?
I mean, I think so. Unless that's a specific familiar ability to be able to carry something.
It require manual dexterity or anything?
Yeah,
like
manual.
That?
I think manual dexterity is a requirement.
Just for holding stuff?
Or well,
I don't know.
I feel
Or
like he could
maybe
probably.
carry it in his mouth. I don't know.
I'd say he could carry it. We'll say that's fine.
Manual dexterity allows manipulate actions.
Right.
Okay.
So I assume he could carry something. He might not be able to get the stopper off.
Mm-hmm.
But if she's conscious, she could probably do it herself. Second question: does anybody have a potion?
Yeah. Sudan,
Okay.
well, I mean, he's reluctant, but he will hand over a moderate healing potion.
I
Okay.
can heal you with my magic. I could probably just send a spell through this window if you don't know. But I kind of wanted to save that just in case things get hairy out here.
Are we sending a potion through?
If
Or
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. All else, if no one else wants to, I'll send in an elixir of life lesser.
Okay. When you go to remove the elixir of life from your pouch, the creature that's around the building that you're hiding from suddenly lets out a really loud howl. Roll initiative.
I think that's
It's like sense that there's a container of liquid nearby.
Sense that
Oh.
there's
What a
liquid.
sense.
Yeah, they probably have
Oh, man.
liquid sense or something.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's on us for not thinking
Love
of that.
I love it. That's great. 24 for initiative. Oh, I'm sorry. 34. Got to create a 1. What's the difference?
I'll carry the one.
Carry the 1. That's the 34.
And,
Who had 34?
Isaac has 34.
Okay. Anybody beat that?
43.
43. Wow.
Nice. Okay.
Gotta go fast.
Go off.
There's
Proceed
two
for
kinds of
2 ones.
fast.
Right. Me and you.
All right. Who is up after 34?
Ali?
I got a 28.
Yeah.
Okay. And in addition, when he would have gone to pull that bottle out, he would have put the sling down if he had to put, because he'd have to put one down.
Okay.
And me with a pretty good roll for me is a whopping 21.
Okay.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
Not Yahtzee at all. Why did I say
Blackjack.
that? I only know how
All
to
right.
play one game, and that's Eddie's game, Paizo-Verse. Paizo didn't pick Yahtzee. There's a Hasbro Watsy joke buried in there somewhere, but I ain't got it right now.
All right.
Yahtzee finder.
Parthrix, you are up first. The creature around front appears to be aware of your all's presence.
And I'm gonna step around the corner and double slice it.
Okay.
Hacha! First attack is a natural 20.
Nice.
Yes.
The second attack is a natural 6. So that's great. 28 to hit.
28 on the second.
Yeah.
That'll hit.
Okay, so the non-critical does 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is a different creature than the
Yes.
one we saw prior. So then 12 points of, we'll say, slashing damage for not the critical. The critical does 6, 7, 8, 11, 22 points of piercing. The creature begins to bleed if bleed is a thing.
Okay.
Does it care about alignment damage?
No. I am sad to say alignment damage will not help you on this adventure.
Damn, half of my class feats and enchantments. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, man. Sorry. But you do see more dust spilling out of the side of this thing.
Okay.
Yep. The not really bleeding, but spilling dust. So. All right. That is your turn, correct?
Set the double slice.
Right. So here's where I get to tell you guys about some funny rolls behind the scenes. You were not the only ones rolling stealth, but the other ones rolling stealth didn't beat your stealth. So there are multiple creatures that were not aware at the start of this combat.
Interesting.
You hear from over on the opposite side of the pond towards the trail. You hear something screech. And Porthrix, you're the only one who's in a position to see this. You glance over that direction, and you see one of these spined creatures like you fought before kind of crawl up on top of a rock, and it like screeches at you, pops wings, and takes to the sky.
It's not terrifying, you know. Yo, we're gonna have company. Look up. And star knives come back. I look up, not terrified of the strange flying salt monster at all.
All right. Isaac.
It seems these creatures want water. Perhaps we should give them some. I pick out a bluish green kind of translucent gem,
Mm-hmm.
and I just throw it on the ground, and it cracks open as a living waterfall elemental comes out. So yeah, using the elemental gem to summon a living waterfall.
Nice.
I'm a large target for all of the enemies.
Yes. So if I can position that so that he is within his reach of the door, I guess that's the closest one to us.
You'd probably need to spend an action to move around the corner, and then you could probably position it by the door.
Okay. Yes, a 2-action command to do it. So yeah, one action move, 2-action command, which would summon it. It is on the ground, so it is slowed, so it only has 1 action. while it's on the ground, but hopefully I can get it to the lake here soon.
Okay.
So it is going to try its wave attack on the first creature by the Zor here.
Okay.
Oh, but that's only going to be an 18.
18 is a miss.
I rolled low on that. All right, that's my turn.
All right. So the creature that is by the door, and also by this water elemental, Porthrix and Isik, you guys have come around the corner where it can see you. And it kind of turns, spreads its legs out a little bit, and starts making the sound that all dog owners fear, that sounds like it's about to vomit, kind of the... And then all of a sudden, this burning grease, just a line of burning grease erupts out and flies towards you guys. Give me reflex saves.
All of us?
Just you two.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you two are still around the corner, but he can see those two.
The elemental and Porthix.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
elemental would be in line 2.
33 for me.
33 for you. All right.
17 for the elemental.
Okay, and for Isik.
Oh, for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's me too. Sorry. The 24 for me.
Okay. Porthrix, you will duck out of the way of this stream of fire. But Isik and the water elemental are both going to take this. Isik, you will take 8 points of fire damage. And you are on fire. You have persistent fire damage. And then the water elemental will take 8 points of fire damage. And something dramatic is going to happen because I wasn't expecting a water elemental.
This almost certainly means I'm about to react about it. All right.
Okay, so both myself, Isaac, and the water elemental have resistance to fire, so we both take 3 points of damage.
Okay. So when this line of burning grease splashes over the water elemental, have you ever thrown water on a grease fire?
No, because I know that would be a horrible idea.
So that's what happens. A grease fire explosion shoots out from your water elemental. So the two of you get to make another reflex save.
Never mind, I'm not protecting the water elemental. I want it to die.
I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was.
37, I think. I think I have a plus 21, don't I? Yeah, 37.
Okay.
30 for me.
Okay. The water elemental will not get a save because it is the one currently exploding, but the the damage is reasonably low. The water elemental takes 10 points of damage. Isik, you rolled a 30, right?
That's great.
You will take half, so 5 points of damage. And what did you have, Tommy?
37, I think it was. Yeah.
Critical success. You see this coming, and you just nope out of there.
As one does. Presumably both the elemental and Isik don't have enough resistance that they don't need to react about it.
Okay. And then for this creature's last action, it is going to try to bite the water elemental as well. That's not very good. 29?
29's a hit.
Okay. That will be 23 points of damage to the water elemental.
I suppose I will react about. So less 13. Everybody can step. God, at this point, I guess I'm just stepping over so people who are in the line around the building can just shuffle down.
Yeah, so for Suvdan and Ali, if you guys want to use that step to get around the corner, you can.
Ali remains next to the window for now.
Okay, fair enough. And speaking of Ali, your turn.
First action, gonna pass the elixir to Boo. Second action, I'm gonna give Boo the actions, or give Boo 2 actions so he can deliver it.
Okay.
And then third action, I'm gonna step up to the edge of the wall.
Okay. Coming around the corner
Just
or
so
just
that-
going to the edge?
I want to keep cover
Okay.
if I can.
So you're
but
just
be able
going
to,
up to the
like,
corner?
peek around.
Okay. All right. Suvdan.
All right, so I'm gonna have to be very sorry about this background noise if you can hear that.
No.
No? Wonderful. Okay. I have been a little distracted by the fire alarm going off in my building. Very sorry.
That seems
Uh,
apropos for what's going on right
The grease fire made your fire alarm go off.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
So,
It's pretty good.
yeah, they're weirdly good at noise filtering. Okay. How far away is the nearest thing to me? I'm still around the corner of the building.
You haven't stepped around the corner yet?
I took a 5-foot step.
Okay. A single move action could get you to the thing that just spit fire.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to stay 10 feet away and start by... Oh, I guess I can't. I'm going to... Okay. Stride up to 10 feet away from it.
Okay.
Second action, go into a rage.
Okay.
And along with that, I'm going to try to demoralize it.
Okay.
And this is, once again, sort of a gurgly shout rather than any distinct words. It's not great, but it is a 30 to demoralize.
You have successfully demoralized it.
Okay. It's frightened 1. And then third action, I'm just going to attack.
Okay.
33 to hit.
That will hit.
For 29 damage. As
Nice.
usual, that's slashing, cold, and negative damage.
All right.
Yeah, that is all my actions.
All right. Everyone who has gone around the corner of the building, you hear another screech, where that one flying one of these creatures took off. Another one comes up on top of a boulder, and also leaps up into the air. But as it leaps up into the air, it grabs something, and you see it pulling another one of these salt stalker monsters with it, and it's carrying it across towards you guys. And basically, you've got 2 gliding creatures, one of them carrying a third salt stalker in your direction.
Whoa.
Porthurx.
So the one that's carrying the one, are they in a 60-foot line from me?
With a move action, yes.
All right, you know what it is. I'm gonna run up to the person carrying the other person, and I'm going to set them on fire. Hopefully, reflexes if you would, sir.
Okay. The flying one has a 34, and the one being carried, I lost the card. Oh, there it is. The one being carried has a 22.
Nice. So the one being carried fails, the other passes. The base is 30 fire damage.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. So the first flying salt stalker is going to take a double move to where it's not quite to where Porthix is in terms of where it's flying, but it's getting close to him. And then it is going to whip its tail and send a spine flying at you. That is maybe not a terrible roll. That's probably a terrible roll. 28.
That's a terrible roll.
Okay.
And it also misses, to be clear.
All right. And that's the end of that creature's turn. Isik.
Okay, I'm going to make the GM work a little bit harder here.
All right.
Okay, so
Another grease elemental.
not another grease elemental, but we're going to see what happens here. Yeah, the big bulldog salt elemental
Mm-hmm.
thingy. It's right next to him. So the waterfall is going to use a drench.
Okay.
So it's not technically an attack, but it says the elemental puts out all fires within a 5-foot emanation, extinguishes all non-magical fires, and automatically attempts a counteract for magical fires. So this is a bunch of water. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen here. It's up to you.
Well, it's still a grease fire. Would kind of be.
Let's put more water on it and everything around it. That's a wonderful idea.
Is it a magical counteract, or is it just water?
Or is it just chaos?
Not familiar with the
It has abjuration, primal, and water tags on it.
I would assume that it's probably normal water, so I'm going to assume it would do like before, and you would just get another explosion of fire. So.
And you know it's real because this is the man who wrote the monster. So
Yeah. It is a 5-foot emanation, so I don't know, like.
Well,
it's the creature, not us, but I don't know.
Well, the hot water ability that you are currently activating is a 20-foot burst. So,
okay.
I'm glad it moved out of the way.
Well, it's drenching the salt scorcher, correct? Or was it trying to put out the fire on you?
I was trying to drench the salt scorcher because I know they don't like water. So
okay. Well, you do not trigger a grease fire then because the salt scorcher is not on fire. So.
It didn't really do anything to him.
Okay. It slows him and degrades the spines. So.
Great. Okay, and then I am going to cast a spell at the Salt Stalker. So I put my fingers to my temple, reach out towards him, and he is going to need to make a will save as visions of his impending doom come into his mind. Casting impending doom.
Is this is on the one that spits fire, right? Or
yeah, the one that was spitting fire and starting to grease fire. Yeah.
I guess to keep things clear, the 3 monsters right now, you have a salt scorcher. That's the one that spits fire. 2 salt gliders, and then a regular salt stalker that's being carried by one of the gliders. So, to keep the terminology easy for you guys. I'm pretty sure that's a critical failure on the will save. 17.
Yes, that is a critical failure. So on this first round, he becomes flat-footed and frightened 3.
Okay.
And those are my 3 actions.
Nice. Okay. So the Salt Scorcher is up. It is frightened, flat-footed, bleeding, and slowed. So thank you guys for making me have a laundry list of conditions to keep up with.
You're welcome.
This is how Pathfinder is played.
Got your GM stream.
All right. This creature probably does not want to be here right now. Just everything that makes it miserable is happening. So it is going to take a double move, kind of running in the direction of the where the salt gliders are coming from, which unfortunately is pretty much going to put it right next to Porthrix, but it's not smart enough to realize that that's a bad life choice. So
Horrible life choice to be anywhere near me. You're totally correct.
so
Same though.
All right. How much,
And then,
Porthrix? How much is the bleed damage?
1d6 plus 2.
Okay.
Oh, and I forgot. I guess I am still on fire at the end of my turn. So what was that persistent fire damage?
The persistent fire damage is 1d8, and the normal flat check DC 15 to try to remove. So
Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
the fire damage, 8 points of damage, and you can attempt a
Okay.
flat check.
All right, and I just rolled a 12 on my flat check, so I am still on fire.
All right, Ali.
It's running away, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have panache right now, but my move speed is still 50 feet.
It must be tough.
How many?
Yeah. How do you live?
Oh, I'm so slow.
How do you make it work at these trying times?
Does it take 1 or 2 actions to catch up to it, starting from essentially the corner of the building?
I would say probably 2 actions.
Okay, so
Yes.
bolt for it and then trip.
Okay.
So reflex against a 30 against this reflex DC.
That is a success.
Okay, and that'll end my turn.
All right.
I have fleet and fast movement, and my
And I have
speed is
panache.
still like half of yours.
It must.
You didn't build for speed.
I'm an elf. I'm a swashbuckler. I've taken every feat under the sun that is allowed to stack with all of that,
Yeah, elf will help. Starting as Archetti is
and a magic item. It
Good
took
cat.
a lot to get here.
Good old lightning bruisers.
All right. Suvdan.
okay. There's still something right in front of me, right?
No, it ran away.
Oh,
The building.
wait.
Yes, the building.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I thought it. Okay. Well, how far away is it?
It is precisely 60 feet away.
Is there anything closer to me that I can kill?
If
Sorry
you,
for being a little confused. I got thrown off by the loud noises in my ear.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
fair.
If you have a burning hatred of doors, there's a very convenient target next to you.
Okay, then I'm going to chase that one that's running away. And I think I'm going to grapple it to
Okay.
stop it from going further. Probably more effective than attacking.
I'm really appreciating all of the notes I'm having to put by this creature.
I use those
boy.
tiny, slim, sticky tab notes for my things because I put the cards along the top of my screen.
That's a nice level 42 to grapple.
Congratulations on the critical success.
Restrained, and that is my turn as I have fish hooked this thing.
All right. So the second glider, the one that's carrying the regular Salt Stalker, it's going to swoop in and drop that Salt Stalker directly beside Suvdan. And when it does, the Salt Stalker gets a reaction to try to bite you for free. Oh, that's terrible. 26.
Nope.
Then it will use the glider will use its last action to try to fling some spikes at you.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
And that's also a 26 because my dice are apparently being mean to me. So. And Then after the glider, the Salt Stalker that it just dropped is going to attack again. So, Jaws and Claw attack like before. That is a natural 1 on the Jaws. I really need to dig out some new dice. I should have done that on the break. And the Claw attack is a 27.
Just misses.
All right. Then for its last action, frustrated that it's missed you multiple times, it's gonna try to fling a spine at Porthrix instead.
That's fair.
$27.
That'll miss.
Okay. Good turn, guys. Good turn. Porthrix, you're back up.
That's me. I'm gonna double slice the one that's bleeding, prone, restrained, sad.
It has the sad condition.
It has the sad. It's about to have the dead condition. 33 over its myriad debuffs, and then a 35.
That's 2 critical hits because of all the debuffs.
That's 2 critical hits, he says. Okay, excellent.
Double
It has more weird, bleedy shenanigans that I forget how. I'm just gonna hope it dies. So then,
God,
before I bother with advanced mathematics, it takes 24 piercing damage off the top.
Okay.
Sounds like that's not enough. So then, oh god, 5, 6, 7, 22, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44 in total from one attack to this double slice.
You did not kill it, but that was very impressive.
I'm gonna attack it one more time. Then that's what's gonna happen. It's got a lot of the sad condition on it. Perhaps math is hard. Oh gosh, hang on. Plus, well, I guess it would just be a 22 in total
22.
versus its myriad sad times.
Just hits.
Good enough. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more.
All right.
Gotta be dead, right?
It's not dead. I want you to know that as a game master, I am very impressed.
Has not one. I forget how persistent bleed damage from multiple sources happens. Do I roll it 3 times and take the highest, or is it? I know they don't strictly stack.
I honestly do not remember.
Like if
Yeah.
you had like a 1d6 bleeding and a 1d8, the 1d6 would just be forgotten.
I think it's take the highest is probably, and in this case, it's all the same anyways. So
Sounds good. In that case, that's my turn.
all right, Ali, are you still back at the building?
It
Or
should be like right next to our
Oh.
barbarian because I.
oh,
ran
that
up
you
to
did
the
run
ship.
you did run up. Okay.
Yeah.
And Isaac, are you still by the building, or did you run up as well?
No, I'm like just around the corner.
Okay,
I haven't
alright.
moved since I threw the gem.
Okay.
basically.
So the first glider that you guys saw, it kind of does this weird flailing thing in the air, and spikes just fly all over the place. It's basically it's using its entire turn to fling spikes at everybody who's up there, but Isaac's back by the building, so he's out of range.
Is the water elemental in range or no?
He would be out of range as well.
Okay.
So, all right. So first on Porthix. Oh, that's terrible. 22.
That's terrible. It also misses.
Suvdan. That is a 39.
That will critically hit me.
Okay.
Well, sounds like I need to react about it.
It would be appreciated.
Everyone, step farther away from the poor, sad thing we're kicking.
I want to use a reaction too, but go ahead with your reaction first.
Okay.
I don't want to move because I have something grabbing her.
Sounds good.
Base damage of 32, which minus 13 would be 19.
19.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a fortitude save.
Eaten into 3 of my actual hit points.
How dare?
Okay, fortitude save. I'm supposed to be good at these, right? That's a 31.
That is a success. All right, so that's Porthix and Subdan. Ali is the last person I need to fling a spike at. 33.
That'll hit.
All right. 19 damage and a fortitude save.
19 and a fortitude. Okay. The fortitude is 28.
Right, success.
And I'm probably not going to take that 5-foot step I was given.
Okay.
I kinda like that.
You ungrateful.
Isik, I apologize. You were wanting to use a reaction?
Yeah, I'm going to use a reaction spell as Sudan quickly fails and takes all that massive damage. He dies. He falls dead,
Oh my
so it would
God.
seem. I cast Drop Dead. He gives a illusionary figure of yourself dead there, but you are actually invisible. So you are invisible. What is this? A level 4 invisibility? Is that how that works? Yeah, you become invisible as an illusionary form of yourself lays dead. at your
Okay.
feet.
I can't believe Sudan is dead and this strange otherworldly force is still restraining the Salt Strider.
No, not a paper cut.
We would know.
Willful ignorance.
Yes, but we could be theatrical about it.
Yeah, jeez.
All right. All right, and now it is actually Isik's turn.
Okay. Well, before I forget, the what is this? The Scorcher, our
Mhm.
bulldog friend over there.
Yep.
He is still under the effects of impending doom. So let me put another condition on him.
Okay.
Is now stunned 1. And let's see. We're going to use sustain activity to move our water elemental closer to the battle.
Okay.
Move very fast. He has a 20 foot speed. So he's going to be closing in on the distance. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to cast. There's still one of them flying, right?
2. Both of them flew over. One of them dropped the salt stalker it was carrying, but it dropped the creature and kept going.
I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon. This time I'll just do it at a level 2. At one of the flying ones. I don't think either of them takes damage yet, have they?
One of them took damage from Porthrix's breath weapon.
Okay.
One.
I'll target that one.
Okay.
That is going to be a 27 to hit.
27 will miss.
Okay. All right, but I still have a flying
Spiritual or star knife
knife up there in the sky.
All right. Now we come to the world's saddest salt scorcher. First it loses an action to the slowed condition. Then it loses an action to the stunned condition. But
And
the
it can
frightened
only use its remaining action to escape my restraint.
right. So
And it's prone.
so yeah, and it's
So it has a -2. This is so beautiful.
I don't know if my camera will show this or not, but I rolled a nat 20 on the escape.
Nice.
You
So
don't
it has.
you
so
don't know
it's-
where or how it found the strength, but this
I want to say that Subdan was very thrown off by seeing his own body fall dead.
Guys, wait, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. I'm
Am I dead? Am
I'm
I a
very-
ghost? What just
very-
happened?
very much hoping the D6 plus 2 persistent bleed damage is sufficient to just drop this thing.
unfortunately no, but the damage was nice. All right, let me turn down more counters. But it is still prone. It is only frightened 2 now. Restrained has been removed. To anyone watching the recording of this video, if you want to know how to debuff a monster, this party has shown you.
Yeah.
Pick one
Let's
thing
see.
and bully it.
All right, Ali.
Okay. Does this thing look like it's barely hanging on, or does it look like it still needs a good hit?
It doesn't look like it's on death's door, but it does look like it's taken a beating.
Okay. So I'm gonna do a finisher,
Okay.
and yeah, I'm gonna do a basic confident finisher.
Don't sound too confident about
Hey.
it. Sorry.
33 to hit.
That is a critical
There's a critical. Very nice.
Oh, damn.
because it is still severely
I got
debuffed.
my D6s out ahead of time for this. Can be. Okay. That's electrical damage. 26 times 2, so 52 bludgeoning damage plus 2 electrical damage.
And it's knocked prone.
Yes, if it wasn't already.
Knocks to death.
And I am now no longer in a state of panache.
You had, was it 54 total?
Yes.
That was one more hit point than it had remaining. Describe the kill.
I want to say this one's a mercy killing. This one's a mercy killing.
Oh,
Like,
no, this is the first
It's like
one.
it just barely shook off this invisible force that was still holding it to the ground. And it like looks up. And then it's not looking anywhere anymore. Just one solid hammer blow.
Please put me out of my misery. Thank you. All right.
And then I cannot do any actions with the attack trait. So none of my fancy stuff. You know what I'll do? I will there's a salt strider or stalker, salt
Mhm.
stalker. I'm going to tumble through its position.
Okay.
Acrobatics.
That's reflex DC, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. 40.
That's a critical success.
I don't think there's anything special for critical success, but now I'm on the other side of it, flanking it, or what would have been flanking it if my ally wasn't dead. I have one more action.
And you have panache again?
I do have panache again. I wish I could use it to trip, but that's an attack action. So I'm going to concede my last Well, no. I'll try recall knowledge. A little something.
Okay.
Surely there is. Nope. Nope. I'm not trained in any of the. I'm trained in society, but no. I'm gonna give up my last action.
You consider making a society check, and then you realize these creatures probably do not attend balls.
They don't live in a society.
They look like they work together, but there's no language to be seen whatsoever. So
All right.
Do you
they're
have
savages.
deception or
I
intimidation?
do have deception.
Could try a feint. There's that just for this turn. I don't really know.
I think if he got a critical success, it would be to the end of his next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
But
it's not. So.
Okay. All right. Moving on to our poor departed Sudan.
Yes,
Please
our
don't say
poor departed Sudan.
The world's angriest ghost.
Just so you know, you are invisible until
Yeah.
you take a hostile action. So that's how that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sudan understands that on some level. Also, is raging, so like doesn't understand it on some level, and also is just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. He doesn't have the mental wherewithal to take advantage of the invisibility. All he can do is kill something.
Enough.
I can almost hear him now, gurgling like a backed up garbage disposal.
You know what? That's actually what I'm gonna do. Is I'm going to demoralize
Okay.
with a very backed up garbage disposal.
Gurgle.
I'm gonna demoralize the one that is in between me and Ali.
Thank you for that incredible description. So somebody needs a hero point for that. I'm not sure who, but somebody
Yeah,
needs
it's
one.
Tommy. It's Tommy who came up with that.
If I had my full setup, I would take my mic into my kitchen, fire on my not backed up garbage disposal. That allowed Jason to mess with the audio in post, but it's fine.
That's great. So I get a 29 demoralize. Which is will DC.
That'll be a success.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's frightened 1. And then with that, I think that counts as a hostile action. So I'm now visible, sort of materialize again as the dead version of me dematerializes at the same time. And then I'm going to swing the gill hook into this thing's rear end.
Okay.
Flanking and frightened. So it's got some penalties on it. That's a nat 20, baby. It finally happened.
The Eldritch garbage disposal returns.
This was my moment. Okay. Decent damage roll, so that's going to be 50 damage. And what's the spear critical specialization? Clumsy 1 until the start of my next turn.
Yeah.
So even more penalties to its AC.
Are we the bad guys? I feel like the bad guys.
They're attacked by wild animals. This is self-defense. No, but that's 50 damage just slicing into this thing's rear end.
With your experience fighting the first group of these, you know the places to hit, and you were invisible, and then you broke invisibility, screaming at the poor thing, and just it had no chance to dodge. It took a solid hit.
Okay, that's only 2 actions. I have a third one.
True.
Right? Yeah, demoralize, attack. Okay. Do one more. Ooh, that's also very good. 33.
33. That's a critical hit again.
Oh my goodness.
And this is why you debuff creatures.
That's max damage. That's a 10, a 10, and a 6. I can't make this stuff up. Oh my gosh. That's the odds. Oh my goodness. That's
Somebody
incredible.
call a plumber. The garbage disposal is angry.
That's a grand total of 80 damage.
I do not know how to describe this kill.
I want to say just cleft in twain.
Uh,
What a great phrase, cleft in twain.
In twain.
Fully sliced in half while it was like in the middle of attacking, like fully alive, suddenly dead.
To those of you who are nearby, you hear a sound that you don't know how to describe because the technology hasn't been invented yet. And then the Salt Stalker is gone.
It's almost as if someone cast Blade Barrier in a small enclosed space, such as to dispose of waste. Fascinating.
I will never roll this well again in my life.
Don't put that evil out here. You keep putting the evil. We always.
Hey,
know
you're
how-
doing good. Just hold that tongue. Just
The only voices I want to hear are garbage voices.
All right, I end my turn with that.
So one of the gliders is up and it sees what you just did to its friend and it's going. And it's just going towards the mountain, up the hill. It is leaving. Porthrix, what are you doing?
Okay, what's left on the battlefield?
There is one salt glider that is relatively over where you guys all are, and then there's the other one that is booking it.
So is the salt glider over my head within 20 feet of me?
Easily.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to double slice it. If I don't critically hit, I will burn hero points until I do.
Okay.
Because the gauntlet has been set down and been knocked into the garbage disposal. A 6 will not critically hit. I will use my hero point to reroll and land on a natural 19. 19 plus 22 is a lot of math. But
That's a critical hit.
Nice. And second attack is a 9 on die, which I refuse to believe existed. Then he rerolls into a 1. So that's my life. But we got 1. And 1 is all you need for 12, 16, 17 points of slashing damage. And if it bleeds, it bleeds.
Okay.
And then third attack, because why not? So then that's me bringing up my calculator. I'm filling the dead air that we probably just cut out anyway, but it's fine. I'm trying to be helpful. 31
To hit or damage?
Yeah. to hit,
Okay. Yeah, hits.
or an additional 6, 10, 11.
Okay.
And that's me.
All right. And now that glider is also booking it up the hill.
As one does.
Do you all give chase or do you allow them to flee?
There aren't any convenient walls next to where they are where they're flying, are there?
They're headed towards the mountain and they're kind of they're angling where they're going to be trying to get up towards the top. Which Porthrix and Isik, you would know that the actual main temple is up on top of the mountain. So
they headed towards the main temple
yeah, they're heading towards where the temple would be.
direction. Okay.
But
I don't suppose the remaining flying one bleeds out in transit, does it? Not to be that guy, but
I mean,
okay.
No, be that guy. It's okay.
Well,
it probably will not. Typical persistent damage lasts 1 minute, and I don't think it would bleed enough to die. But I will make some rolls to see how much damage it takes before it stops bleeding.
Gotcha.
10
I can tell you the expectation value if that's what you want to know.
You could. That's your whole channel. Or at least from what I see.
That is most of what I do.
Math. Who put math in my
Math
It's a
nerd.
very
Play Pathfinder.
make funny voices, funny voices?
Porthrix, you will be happy to know it took 8 rounds for it to stop bleeding.
Nice.
We're letting them fly off? Are we chasing them after them? What are we doing?
I have 3 potions of flying. There are 4 of us, so that's awkward.
Wow.
You do also have the lady that's inside the building.
Yeah, I feel like
I
that's
don't
priority
feel like
one.
they're the highest priority.
I want to. Is one of them within 60 feet of me? Or they like
Um,
flying?
they
That's
burned all 3 of their actions flying, so they are almost 180 feet away.
I was afraid of
Okay.
that.
I don't have anything for that.
Not
No.
too far gone.
Unfortunately, they saw what you all did to the other 2. So, but are you making your way inside the building?
Yeah, Porthrix is probably gonna, now that there's not an immediate threat, we should go deal with the priestess who's
Okay.
not doing well.
All right.
I will retrieve my sling first.
Fair enough. The door is jammed shut. I will need either an athletics or a thievery roll to try to get it open.
Oh, I can do athletics.
I have master proficiency in acrobatics and am a kobold. Is it theoretically possible to squeeze through the window?
That yes, that would be feasible as well.
But not for all of us. So I'm still gonna try to shove it open.
Just wait a minute, I'll open the door.
I could
The door
attempt
breaks
thievery
down.
as well.
I'm trying.
All right. Athletics and acrobatics rolls. Let's see who gets there first.
35.
35. Wow.
Nice, buddy.
All right. Porthrix, you line up a die for the window really, really well, and like get pretty much just pop right through, skid a little bit, and then take off towards the door. But he kicks it wide open before you can get up to it. So
You're like right in front of it. I almost bash you in the face.
Rude. I liked you better when you were pretend dead. And then I'm gonna-
3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I'm going to say it louder. I liked you better when you were pretend. Just kidding. And I'm running over with my own hands. The woman who needs way more help than anything else.
Yeah.
Just healed for 30 odd.
So the wounds are closing, but her voice is still very raspy and strained, and you hear her struggling to get out the word water.
I will like feed her water from my
Okay.
bag of holding.
Even in a sense of
Bath
dying.
water?
Yeah, right?
I could
Here,
have a decanter of endless water and just.
You go for it first.
Have some bath water. Wow.
This isn't that kind of channel. Scream and pour her a glass of water.
Sidon is not a sanitary person, you will learn.
So, all right.
I'm sure that he has gotten used to this, and it might be the reason he carries the decanter of endless water.
Stop feeding people your bath water, decanter.
She drinks pretty greedily whenever the water is coming out, but you can tell that she has been suffering for a while now. After probably 5 or 6 minutes, she gets enough strength that she can talk roughly, and she shares with you the kind of the story of what happened on the night of the meteors that you guys heard about. One of them crashed next to the temple, and the priests and the priests and the priestesses that were working in this area, they checked out the crash site, and at first it just like, here's this burning rock from space. They didn't think much about it, and so they were waiting for the meteor to cool off before they tried to investigate and see what they could discover about it. But 2 nights after it crashed, suddenly these creatures erupted from it and started attacking the priests. The priests of Desna were the ones that were actually up at the temple when these creatures broke out, and so they took the brunt of the attack. The Serenites tried to come up and help, but everybody was caught off guard, so the battle went very poorly. She goes through this whole description, but the particularly ominous portion of the story is towards the end. She goes, "We thought we had them beat until the big one broke out. I think it's still up at the temple. All I know is I had to run, and I barely made it here.
Suvdan, I think, is not looking particularly worried about her. He is like ready to go out and find this thing, but he's not gonna like leave immediately. You guys can take care of her if you want.
Diamala does. She knows both Porthrix and Isik from your all's time at this location in the past. So like, she is acknowledging you all. I thought it was a hallucination when you came through the window. I'm so glad you're here.
No, you're not that lucky. I'm sorry. I suppose just since her wounds are definitely healed, it seems just that she needs time. Yeah. You think you'll be fine here?
As long as none of them can get to me, I'll be okay. I can recover now.
Does it look like the door that someone just broke down is capable of shutting in its current state?
A simple crafting roll could probably get it secured again.
All right, who in the party is capable of simple crafting rolls? Show of hands. Yeah, I was afraid of that.
We may have to. We may have to rely more on a survival mentality just to set up it's a temporary thing here.
Just barricade the door. She'll be fine.
Are there other buildings around this area, ones whose doors may never have been barricaded and thus may never have been destroyed?
There's.
Good point.
You could check the building where like the door was hanging loose. Two of the doors very clearly were broken down. There's one that's was just kind of floating back and forth in the wind. So.
I hand her the decanter of endless water, and I tell her it's not a one single solution to everything, but they don't like it, and it'll help protect you.
Thank you very much. And she sets about trying to fortify her position as best she can, so that you guys can go and try to finish off the big one.
Why does it always have to be a big one?
The last thing that may help you out here. I will like this back eventually, but for now, you can have this. And Isaac reaches into his backpack and he pulls out a restful tent, which will give her camouflage and everything. So if
Okay.
the other barricades don't work, maybe they can't find her. So.
All right.
When Ali says, "Why does the rest have to be a big one?" Suvdan just says, "There's always a bigger fish."
You would.
Hey, did you
Stare at you as I walk out the door.
did you say that there were one meteor or two that fell?
Just the one that struck by the temple. There may have been others that crashed in other locations, but we only saw the one here.
Did warn you? I did have a revelation last night. As I was reading the stars, I was told one has set in another May, and it's referred to that if it did set, then there would be much dismay. It could be a premonition, not a second meteor hitting. We should be very cautious of that. But we will go now and take care of the things at the temple.
Okay. So
Seems to be upon you.
Diamala boards herself in and gives you all the blessing of Serenray as you head to confront the last of these creatures. It is a pretty serious hike up to the top of this mountain.
Alternatively, I have 3 potions of flying, and am a kobold who is willing to be carried by the Azarketi, whose biceps are probably about as big as my head and chest.
I'm cool with that too.
He's not excited at the prospect of carrying you.
Why aren't you excited? It's a high honor.
Quite literally.
I'm not your servant.
No one said you were. It's literally against everything I believe to call you that. Maybe I don't want to be carried by you. I'm afraid I might cut myself on all that edge. Potion of flying, potion of flying, potion of
That's
flying.
true.
If you must. And Ali's pretty strong too.
God, Ali might be able to just sprint up
Plus
the
4.
mountain and beat us there. Fair. But I'd rather be carried, just ride with Pooh. We go flying up. Prince Ali. Either way.
We need a carpet.
So are we doing the potion of flying plan?
If y'all are cool with it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not gonna
don't know
complain about
which
flying.
one. I don't know which one of us would be lighter. I feel kind of light on my feet at the moment. A little weaker, but
Go blast the side of somewhere for a little while until you just casually float on the breeze.
right. Let me just use my focus spells.
I have a very funny story about Cosmos Wars that I'll tell y'all when we get done. But
All right. So
we have a fly speed of 40 for a minute. Anyone who vibes.
all right. So you guys, using the potions of flying, you cut your travel time to the top quite a bit. And unfortunately, you can't get quite all the way to the temple just because of the distance involved. But the trip is much less stressful. You're able to get there a lot quicker. The temple itself is kind of an open air auditorium with a half roof, and there is a marble table in the middle of it that Porthrix and Isaac, you would be familiar, is usually filled with water and used as a mirror to study the stars. There is no water in it at the moment as you all are approaching. Instead, you see kind of resting on top of this altar or sacred mirror, you see a huge black-skinned creature, physiology similar to the other creatures that you have fought before, but very large and imposing spines, easily like 3 or 4 times the size of the bulldog creature that you fought before. You know, this thing is massive, and as soon as you all come within like visual distance of the temple, the creature spots you all and roars, and you see the 2 flyers from earlier land near it, along with another one of these scorchers comes up beside it as well, all taking kind of a defensive creature around this big one. So, but
Seems like we've already been noticed.
yeah. They are definitely aware of you. So the creatures do not seem to be moving your direction. And you all can give me perception checks.
In theory,
There's something near them that they care about.
22.
Ooh.
22 also.
Nice.
25.
Nicer.
30.
The nicest.
How did I get the
hate
best?
when
I have dog crap perception.
All right.
As do
So Suvdan and Ali, you all notice something strange about the temple that wasn't apparent on first glance. You recognize that there is magical energy kind of sparking around the edge of the temple, essentially encircling it, if you will. And
No idea.
it doesn't seem to be going over the top of the temple, but it does seem to be kind of circling around the sides.
But we can't tell like exactly what it does. Just that there's something weird.
You could give me a religion or an arcana check.
Sure.
There's some strange barrier.
I mean, that's a 3.
Total?
Yeah.
You can point it out to your friends as well if you wish.
Yeah. No, I'll point out to them. I don't know
It's
if
me. I'm your friends.
really good at that.
Yeah, I'm not bad. Ish.
24 religion.
29 religion.
Porthrix, you're not sure of the exact nature of the spell, or you're not sure exactly what spell you're looking at, but you can distinguish a little bit about its nature. This temple was protected by a couple of seals that kind of kept the worst of the weather out, so that the priests and priestesses working here could be up here and not be exposed to the worst of the elements. And basically, what you're looking at it looks like someone modified that magical effect and turned it into a barrier of some kind. And with your background in magic, you have seen similar effects before, like magic circles that contain creatures. And you wonder if it might be a similar effect that's going on here.
Oh, okay, that makes total sense. So, short version for those of you who aren't from this vaguely circles the mountain, there are wards present, protects from the rain and the sand and everything else. Apparently, not the meteors, but we're not worried about that right now. Looks like the wards have fired on and maybe possibly stuck the thing. You all are aware of the concept of magic circles, yes? Still don't answer.
He doesn't answer.
Yes.
I've not directly interacted with them, but I've heard stories.
Of course, this all makes perfect sense.
I
Okay.
don't really know what it means, but I guess there's only one way to find out. But crack the neck, roll the shoulders. Shall we then?
If we're charging in, Sudan is going to quick pull out a potion, a sort of shimmery blue potion, and just chug it real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna, assuming we had the time to refocus, I'll bit of luck myself again.
Okay.
Before we run headlong into a magic wall, I have one of those elemental gems, and I'm thinking send in my living whirlwind to touch the wall before the rest of us.
You know, that makes a certain
Yes.
amount of sense, especially coming out of the person who's fastest and would contact that wall first.
Does the wall keep us out or them in?
That's what the experiment is for.
All right. Effectively, since you guys kind of get to decide the when you want to start the fight, I will assume that you can have one positive buff up at the start of the fight. Just one effect of your choice, like the potion that you drank. And then when you guys are ready, we'll roll initiative.
I guess I might as well rage as well, right? Any reason to wait on
I
that?
think I will wait till just before we go in to cast Bless.
I will drink an antidote, moderate, +3 fortitude bonus, because that lasts for 6 hours. And these things have a habit of poisoning us.
All right, so I've got my potion of my rage. I am set.
I'm good as well.
All right.
I'm angry, but I'm ready.
You all may roll initiative. I'm
If we're
just
like Avengers sprinting towards the barrier, can we roll athletics for it?
sure.
All right,
I'll allow it.
roll that for you.
I love that. Ooh, that's an initiative.
32.
27.
For the record, my last initiative was a 21. This one is a 43.
Yeah, I got you.
Wow.
More than a 20 difference.
God, I imagine Ollie's also very happy to roll athletics for initiative.
Oh, I can roll athletics for initiative?
If you wish.
Okay, hold on. 4 more than that? 30 then. 30. That's probably the nicest initiative I've gotten this entire time.
I don't even know if it's better for me to go earlier, but I don't know. We'll see.
Go first, hit then make dead.
to
All right.
clarify,
So I've got a 43 for Sivdan. Anybody beat that? Okay. Who's next?
30.
30?
32. Isaac had
Oh.
32. That's right. That's fine.
And Porthrix.
27.
All right. All right, Sivdan, you will be up first.
Were you asking something, GoatKing? GoatKing,
Ollie, were you
saying
asking a question?
Oh, yeah, I did want to ask, could I do the whirlwind thing and the antidote?
I'd say one.
And maybe just one?
Mhm.
Okay, then I'll do the whirlwind instead. That way it can hit that wall first. I'm more worried about the wall than I am about the poisons.
Basically, the wall is holding the big one in, not keeping other things out. But so the living whirlwind will be able to make it through. Okay.
It makes it through, and we know that.
All right. Then on my turn, how many actions to get to it with a speed of 35?
With a speed of 35, essentially from the edge of kind of this amphitheater style temple, you would be able to take a pretty straight shot. You would have to move past either one of the gliders or the salt scorcher to get to it. But in a single move action, you could get there.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Gonna do the one action to get all the way up to the big boy.
Okay.
And then do what I do best, grapple it.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a hero point. No one's used one yet. I could do better than that. Yes, that's a little better. That is a 36.
36. You have successfully grappled it.
Okay. Then third action, whack. By which I mean slice.
Mhm.
By which I mean pierce. Ooh, that's a roll.
Polytool Gillhook win.
Also a 36 to hit.
36. That'll hit.
As expected. For 35 damage.
35.
Piercing cold negative.
Okay. All right. Solid opening hit.
Yep. And I will end my turn with it grappled. So the potion I drank is a potion of retaliation. So
Okay.
if something touches me, it takes damage.
Okay.
I guess that doesn't count. Yeah, it wouldn't count when I touch it.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yes. But that'll happen if it attacks me. Okay, that's my turn.
So the first thing it's going to try to do is it's going to try to break out of your grapple. That's against your fortitude DC, correct?
My athletics DC.
Oh, sorry, athletics. Yep, that's correct. What is your athletics DC?
Somewhere between 32 and 36. Depending on which bonuses apply to the DC.
Well, it rolled a 29, so that is a failure. So it does not break free. So for its last two actions, it is going to use Frenzied Hiss. And when it does, all three of the two gliders and the Scorcher all converge on you. And they are all hissing very angrily, and as a barbarian, you would recognize what has happened to them. They've all been put in a rage.
Cool. Gotcha.
All right. And the glider, the first glider is up, and it is going to try to bite you.
Big guy didn't attack directly. That's nice.
31.
31 will hit.
Okay. And it's going to get the retaliation thing, correct?
Right. Let me check exactly how much. It doesn't have any like limit on it per turn. It'll be 3d6.
You will take 14 damage, and I'll need a fort save.
Okay, and it takes, wow, good roll, 16 damage.
Nice.
Fortitude save is 28.
Let's see. That is a success. Then it does 2 claw strikes. The first one I know for a fact is a miss because I rolled terrible. The last one, it would have flanking on you. Does a 26 hit?
Reach and flanking exactly hits.
Okay. That will be 21 damage.
One, okay, there's 10 HP. And it's going to take more from retaliation. For another 8 cold damage. And this is like an aura of cold.
Mm-hmm.
Put frost on it.
How long does that last?
1 minute.
Ooh,
It
nice.
just says every time something touches me. It doesn't have a limit on like times per turn. It doesn't even specify if it has to hit. It's not super clear.
Seems legit. That's a nice potion. I'm gonna have to note that one for one of my future characters.
Yeah, that was my level 12 consumable.
Right. Isaac.
All right. So how far away is Big Boy from me right now?
About 30 feet.
Oh, okay. I was thinking further away.
I'm
Okay.
assuming you guys started from the edge of the temple because the creatures weren't able to really leave that, so you kind of got to approach in.
Perfect. Okay. It kind of changes what I was going to do here. I'm going to try something. Don't know. I'm going to start with casting another oracle spell, and I'll cast a Vision of Weakness. So I will, if the creature has any weaknesses, you learn them, as well as which of the 3 saving throws is the lowest.
Are you using this on the big one?
The big boy, yeah, I'm big guy.
All right. They have, in terms of weaknesses, just the weakness to water that you've already identified. And their lowest saving throw would be reflex.
Reflex. Have something that can target reflex. I will relay that to the class. What? Test 1 focus spell. I am going to cast Impending Doom on this guy. I will say it does have incapacitate, so I don't know what level he is.
Okay.
But Impending Doom, he needs to make a will save.
I hate my dice. 22.
22 is just a regular failure.
Okay. All right. I really felt like that was a critical failure when I saw it. But okay, regular failure.
Yeah. Regular failure. He immediately becomes flat-footed.
Okay.
If it's higher level, that becomes a failure. I don't know what it's.
If he's higher level, it goes from a failure to a success.
It's still failure.
He becomes flat-footed.
All right.
Target the reflex if you can.
All right. Is that your turn? All right. Ali.
Okay, so first action, sustain the living whirlwind.
Okay.
It's got a 50-foot move speed and a 10-foot reach, so I assume it can get in range of one of the flying things that was taking on a barbarian.
Easily.
It'll attack with gust.
Okay.
Breaks out the Pathfinder 2e meme channel.
That is a 24 to hit.
Against the flyer, that'll be a
Yeah.
miss.
That'll be a miss. Okay. So next thing that happens, Ali doesn't have panache, so he's 50-foot move speed, but it's only 30 feet to move, so he zips in towards the big guy and then trips him.
Okay.
I still no grappled wouldn't change.
34 to against the reflex DC.
That is a successful trip.
Okay. Ali has panache, and that is the end of his turn.
All right. Porthrix.
Suppose I'll move forward and try to double slice the one we're bullying again. I'm beginning to see a pattern, a cycle, if you will. First attack. 28 versus all of its debuffs.
That'll hit.
Second attack is the same thing.
Okay.
Cool. So then presumably this one also is not evil. Because the GM doesn't let me have nice things.
I'm sorry.
So 5, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 24 damage for 2 attacks.
Okay.
Or from 1, because double slice. I always forget that. But that's all.
All right. All right. The Salt Scorcher is up. And I feel like it would probably go after Suvdan. That would probably be its primary target.
Oh, he is absolutely the big body on the field here.
So, all right. We will start with a jaw attack. 39.
That's a crit.
Okay.
I'm reacting on it.
You're reacting.
I'm reacting. 13 less. Everybody can theoretically step. Everyone shifts into a flank around the big guy.
Agreed.
That will be. Let's see. That was a critical hit, so that will be 40 damage minus 13, so 27 total, and a Fortitude save. Sorry, I forgot the rage bonus. That will be 48 damage.
Extra 8.
Yeah, an extra 8. So.
I got a nat 20 on the Fortitude save.
Okay.
Bunch of damage too, doesn't it?
Oh, right. It takes 12 cold damage.
12. Okay. Then it will follow up with 2 claws. One of those is a nat 20. The other one is abysmal. So
I am having a time, guys.
Having a good time.
that will be 26 damage.
Okay, I'm looking fine. It takes another 11 cold damage.
Okay.
I'm really glad I brought this potion. It might deal more damage than I do during this fight.
All
I'm really
right.
glad I know that potion now exists. That is gnarly.
All right.
It's great for someone whose whole deal is to get up in the face and tank all the hits.
All right. The second glider is up, and it's going to do the full round where it flings spines at 3 people. I feel like Ali, Porthrix, and Suvdan would probably be the most prominent threats, so that's probably who it would fling spines at. So, Suvdan first. I'm sorry, man. It's a nat 20.
All right. If I die, I die. It's the last fight.
Dies.
I mean, I'm glad we have a spontaneous casting healer on the team because spontaneous casting healers can use all of their spell slots on healing. They've got so much to do.
46 damage.
It's fine. He's not dead. There's an
Okay.
illusion, an invisible somewhere.
But-
something. It's
yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Okay, I'm down to
I could use it. I could use it.
I'm down to double digits.
All right, Ali. That will be a 35.
That hit.
All right.
Do you need a fortitude save for this?
Yes.
Yeah, fortitude save is 20 on this one.
All right. You will take 14 damage from the spine, and you will fail against the poison. So you will take an additional 12 from the poison. And now that it is particularly relevant, in addition to the poison damage, remember when I described the heat feeling more intense earlier? You have weakness to fire 4 while you are poisoned.
Okay. Quick question.
Yes.
How does that interact with my resistance to fire 5?
Functionally, they negate each other, and you have 1 point of resistance left.
Cool.
So,
Desert elf for the win.
Desert elf for the win.
all right. Let's see. And I didn't roll an attack against Porthrix yet. Does a 22 hit you?
It does not.
Okay. Then we are back up to Suvdan.
We'll have it grappled. Let's start with an attack. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I've forgotten. I deal damage to things when I grapple them. This is like kind of my deal. I will try to remember that if I do it again. Okay, first an attack. That's a 30 to hit.
30. That will hit.
Are we in a position of flanking this thing?
I would say
Yeah,
if one
so
person
that-
dedicates a move action this round, you could set up a flank. Just the size of the creature and the space you need to move, it would have it'd take an extra round to get it. But if someone wants to dedicate a move action this round, I'd say it'd be doable.
Well, it actually wouldn't make a difference because it's grappled anyway. That'll do flat-footed. But that'll be 36 damage on that first hit.
Okay.
Second action, I'm going to try to grapple it again. Actually, I'm going to try to demoralize it first.
Mike, how did those garbage disposal noises?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's only a 26.
26 for a grapple.
Yeah.
No,
that was for demoralize, sorry.
Oh, demoralize. Does not succeed.
Okay. Third action, going to try to keep the grapple going.
Okay.
Oof, that's bad. 24.
That's a fail.
Okay, so it is no longer grappled. That's not ideal. And that is my turn. And I'm not looking super hot.
Okay. It will spend its first action standing up from prone. Got to remove those debuffs. And then
Is still flat-footed from impending doom.
I do have that. I do have that noted. It is going to slap Suvdan with its tail.
Oh, I've been slapped.
The dice are being merciful. That is a 24.
Misses.
It's going to try another tail slap.
Cool, cool.
Okay. $35.
Hits doesn't crit.
Okay. Fortitude save against poison.
It takes 9 cold damage.
Okay.
Fortitude save is a 41.
You succeed. You said 41?
Yeah.
You actually critically succeed, which is going to be helpful for you. So the spines on this creature's tail, when they slam into you, they stick. And like when the tail rips away, you just have these spines embedded in your body. So you are treated as enfeebled 1 until they are removed, and any save versus poison is 1 degree worse. But because you had a critical success, you treat it as a success. So
Okay. Woof. That's not good.
So
Does it deal damage as well? Or is that the whole effect?
oh, I didn't give you the damage, did I?
Why do I do this to myself?
Because you want damage is why.
20 damage.
Okay, I can survive that.
Okay. Yeah. I think I want to do drop dead, so you can possibly get out of there.
Okay.
I'm not
Get
getting
to
out of it.
slash back with your potion effect.
Yeah, it's
I already told him that it was 9 from that.
Okay.
All right.
So I am invisible now.
Which means that the glider would no longer be attacking you that's up now because you just died. So,
And it's
so
actually, this time, it's much more reasonable that I just died. Since I've taken so much damage.
So the glider will go after Ali instead. So, well, that's a 1, so that did no good. Second attack with claws. I rolled a 2, so that's technically better. And
Just keep improving.
going for 3. Going for 3. Rolled a 14. Let's do the math. 24. Okay. All right. And with that, Isaac.
Okay, at the beginning, Big Boy is still seeing the visions of his impending doom. He is going to become. He got a failure, so it's frightened 2.
Okay.
Here's a question. I know that Sudan is not dead. Can I, even though he's invisible, could I target him with a healing? Not this okay.
He would. This is an interesting niche of the questions, or of the rules. I would say you would know the space he is in because you targeted him with the spell originally. But I would say that he is considered. I think hidden is where you know where they are, but you can't see them. Correct. So I would say
Right.
he's hidden, which would mean it would be a flat check DC 11 to successfully target him.
Okay. Hope he gets out of there and so where I can heal him better. I am going to instead use Interstellar Void on my big boy over there.
Okay.
He's gonna have to do a 42 save.
39. Oh, sorry, 37.
37 is a success. All right, so that's gonna be half damage. All right. That is going to be. It's only going to be 9 points of cold damage, unfortunately.
Okay.
18 half to 9.
We're chipping away.
Yeah.
How hurt does it look?
It's taken some solid blows, but it doesn't look like it's in serious danger yet. Is that your entire round, or do you still have an action?
Oh wait, I have one more action left. Want to do with one action. You know what? These flying guys, they still concern me a little bit. I'm just gonna raise shield as a cantrip.
Fair enough. All right, Ali.
Okie dokie. The whirlwind is going to attack the one that attacked me most recently, the flying one.
Okay.
Does it have to move to get close enough, or is it just right there?
The glider didn't move, and it already attacked it before, so.
Okay. Nat 20.
Awesome.
There it is.
For a 34. So that's
To hit?
26 plus 7.
Oh, okay.
So 7 plus 7, 14 times 2, 28 bludgeoning damage and push 5 feet.
Okay.
Guess the whirlwind is going to attack again.
Okay.
A 7 on the die. So 17 total.
Doesn't hit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it is now Ali's go. I'm gonna do a finisher on the big guy.
Okay.
Mm, 32.
That'll hit.
Okay. Decent rolls. 27 plus, okay, 54 physical damage, 4 electric damage, and prone because of the hammer.
Okay. So is that
Wait.
57 total?
A 58 total.
58. Okay.
Was that a crit?
Was
It was a
it?
finisher.
Did I? You know what? No, hold on. It is not that much. I don't know why. I'm sorry. So, 27 plus 2. I'm sorry about that. No, okay, so just 29 damage total.
We all just
Yeah.
really wanted to crit.
I'm sorry.
And I was just over here like, man, I guess swashbucklers are that crazy.
No, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
And then last action, just tumble through a space.
Okay. That's reflex DC, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
28.
Success.
Success. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I will assume now that flanking is officially set up because you tumbled through. So if that becomes relevant in the future. Porthrix.
So I think this turn, Porthrix is going to stride up such that flanking like the line, if I can, Ali, BBEG, who doesn't take good damage apparently, and then me on the other side, partially to try to draw aggro off wherever Soldan ended up, and partially to take advantage of the flank as well as if I can. And double slice for a 33 and a 37 against its myriad of debuffs.
The 37 will be a crit.
Nice.
Nice.
Tell me, BBEG, do you bleed? 12, 13,
Bleeds
14,
Sam.
or wait, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18 points of piercing damage. It has a persistent bleed dot. And then the non-critical does 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
And that's me. Most efficient turns in the West.
All right. That will bring us to the Scorcher, who Savdan is still invisible, so he wouldn't know to go after Savdan. Ali is on the far side of the BBEG, so I think Porthrix would probably be the most convenient target. So he is going to he is going to do the hot grease attack again.
Ah,
So give me a reflex save.
Sounds good. I'll go ahead and redeem bit of luck here. So I will roll twice to take the higher. It's either a 16 or a 9. I'll take the 16, I think. 37.
37. All right, you successfully avoid it.
You got to
Nice.
roll both at the same time so that it feels like it did something.
But I only have one d20.
Oh, that's fair.
My other myriad d20s are in a bag somewhere.
Um,
I have no idea where.
That's
Then
fair.
so it does that attack, and then for its last action, it moves up to you.
Cool. Sounds good.
Then the second glider is actually going to spend a move action and go over to Isik and drop down beside Isik and try to bite him. $38.
Yeah, 38 is going to be no, I have shield. It's not a critical. It's just a regular hit.
I suppose. I can
But
use
I am
my
going to
action.
use shield block, I think, on this.
That is fair.
Then 13 off from me, the shield off from the shield.
Okay. So
Yeah.
18 base damage, minus 13 is 5, and I think the shield would absorb all of that. I think.
Yes.
So
Yes, it would.
so you won't need to worry about the fortitude save because nothing actually got through to you. So
You can, of course.
so
You and everybody else can step if they'd like to.
all right.
I'll step away from it.
So Don, are you taking this opportunity to step?
I will actually, so that I am 10 feet away from the big boy.
Okay.
It probably has reach anyway, but
All right.
just in case.
It is now Sudan's turn.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do, if possible, is take 2 actions to drink a potion from my belt.
Okay.
Moderate healing potions. That's going to be 3d8 plus 10. I don't have 3d8, so. Ooh, a 1 and a 2 and a 4. Not great. That's 17 healing. I am not looking very good. And then my third action, I would like to try to kill the thing again.
The big one.
Yeah,
All right.
you know it. Have we even damaged the other ones yet?
Yes. One of the flyers has taken a lot of damage from the living whirlwind. And the Scorcher and the other flyer have taken a small amount of damage.
One of them presumably started the combat with less HP as well.
Actually, both of them did.
Got to blow on the die to get
Nice.
extra luck. Right.
Rolls a 1.
Put the eagle out there.
On that.
You didn't say whether it was good luck or bad luck.
Better. That's a 33, including the enfeeble.
All right. 33 will be a hit.
Even including all the flank and debuff.
It is not quite enough to crit.
Yeah.
The debuffs are impressive, but not quite enough.
Okay. I'll take it. 29 damage.
All right. The creature is starting to show signs of severe injury.
And I have reappeared back into existence, still covered in wounds, bleeding.
Okay.
Sudan is not healthy right now.
All right.
Were you ever healthy to begin with?
Mentally, no. But physically, he was in a good spot.
I've heard lots of anger, and you carry your bathwater with you. I am concerned.
All right. While Suvdan is a threat, the big one is going to use its first attack, its tail slam against Ali. Uh, 28.
That will not hit.
My dice have betrayed me again. All right.
And I'll throw in a nimble dodge if it attempts it again. I haven't used that yet today.
Well, its next attack is going to be a claw swipe at Sudan.
here for.
25 does not hit you, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And what pathetic attack is it going to do now?
It probably still hit me.
It's just going to try to chomp down on you with its jaws.
All right.
Worst attack, worst bonus, best damage. 23 does not hit you, I suspect.
No.
Okay.
I was scared.
So, yeah, it's flailing about and crashing, but between all of the debuffs and things that you guys have hit it with, you're ducking and tumbling and dodging out of the way. I need to... Tommy, go ahead and roll for bleed damage, and I'll check to see if the bleed ends.
Already.
Bleed does not end.
8 points of bleed damage.
All right.
1d6.
All right. And the glider that is fighting with Ali's whirlwind elemental is going to take some shots at it. Biting for 34.
I'm sure that hits.
All right.
Yeah, that crits.
That crits? Okay.
34?
Against the elemental.
Oh, wait, sorry.
All right. 20 damage to the elemental. Poison is not going to be necessary in this case.
No.
And a couple of claw strikes. One of those is a botch, and the other one is a 2. So, great turn, Glider. Great turn. Isaac.
Yep. I guess that's the glider now.
Any turn spent not attacking us is a great turn.
Right? I agreed.
All right, Isaac, what are you up to?
Waiting
Okay,
to die to the impending doom.
The third and final round of Impending Doom.
Ooh.
Big boy, he becomes stunned 1.
Okay.
And he is also going to take, I rolled this already, 23 points of mental damage.
All right, I get to induct you into a very special group at my gaming table. Okay? There is a term at my gaming table for what just happened. We call it the ninja, which means to leave it alive with 1 hit point. So you know.
Very nice. I accept this. I accept this.
So
All right,
you have been dubbed the ninja. It is a special honor at my gaming table, in reference to one of my poor friends who once played a ninja who could never kill anything. So
Nice.
Now you run up and you tail slap it, and you tail slap it to death.
I am a non-martial in the class in this group. I'm the only non-martial, and I'm the ninja.
mhm.
Okay, so I have the one glider that's like within 10 feet from me. Is there another one that I could possibly get in a cone? 50-foot cone.
50-foot cone?
Well,
Or
I do 2 options. Is there a 30-foot cone? Can I get anybody?
you could get both of the gliders in a cone pretty easily.
Okay.
You'd probably have to spend a move action to not also get the whirlwind elemental, but you could probably get both of them.
Okay.
But if you have no emotional attachment to said elemental, you probably wouldn't even have to move.
Oh, I'm torn. I'm torn because I also see my buddy over there who's hurting pretty bad. But you just took some potions. You're better, right?
A little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna look at this glider and say, "Go back to the stars from which you came." Shoot out from my hand a ton of just shooting stars that fly out from my hand as a spray of stars, and this is going to be 3 actions because I'm going to have to extend it
Okay.
with my reach. Hit as many as I can within the 30-foot cone. Need everybody to do a reflex save.
Both of the gliders.
Whoever is in that 30-foot cone. So if that
Um,
includes the elemental.
Um, okay. Yeah, it would be the gliders and the elemental.
Okay.
That is, I guarantee you, 2 critical failures on the reflex saves. That was a 4 and a 3 on the dice.
You'll love to see it.
You'll love to see it.
The elemental was also a 4 on the die.
So the oracle's just coming through with near kills here at the end.
All right, so this is a base 18 fire damage. So
Okay.
Double on critical failures.
What's the DC?
Oh, I'm sorry. DC is DC 30.
No.
Let's see. I think there's something else that goes with this. Hang on 1 second. Look at the spell again.
Okay. I will tell you. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, on a critical failure, creatures are dazzled for 1 minute. On a failure, dazzled for 3 rounds.
All right. So one of the gliders is dazzled, and the other glider, the one that was directly beside you, is dust.
Okay, very nice. Nice.
Like you shoot out the cone of stars, and like there's that kind of brief flash of light, and when the light goes away for a second, you're like, "Hey, where'd it go?" And then you see like the dust settling into the ground where it disintegrated. So, all right, is that your turn?
Whirlwind done too.
Oh, I killed the whirlwind.
20 versus DC 30. Would it
Yeah,
have to
crit
be a
fail.
19 to be a critical failure, or
No, 10 below is
yeah.
a crit fail.
10 below?
Mhm.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's gone because
Okay.
double the 18 damage. It's fine though. That's fun.
All right.
It did what it was supposed to do.
So that's your turn, correct?
It is, yeah.
All right.
1 action reach and then 2 action casting spell.
All right, Ali, you're up.
Okie dokie. I was hoping to get my 3rd action back anyways. This one was like the big guy about to die.
The big guy is reeling and screaming and in pain, and it is miserable.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna tumble through his space. I want to get to the one that spits.
Okay.
So I'm in range to attack that one. 35.
Success.
Reflex DC.
Crit success, technically.
Okey-dokey. And then I want to trip the one that's still got a ton of health left. The one that
Scorcher?
spits.
Yeah.
Huh?
The
Yeah.
Scorcher. All right.
Another really good roll. 39.
To hit, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a crit, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, I
Critical hit.
think a trip crit does 1d6 bludgeoning damage. So 2 damage. And then I'm gonna backswing the hammer at the real big guy that's on 1 hit point and try to kill him. No multiple attack penalty. That is a 19 on the die. Okay. So 36 to hit. And this is a normal attack. It's not a finisher.
Okay. Describe the killing blow. It has 1 hit point.
So I imagine like as he like tumbles through its space, and then like sticks a leg out and trips the other one. This
Mhm.
thing tries to snap at him, and he brings the hammer back, right in its face as it does.
So you just over your shoulder, no look, smack it in the head, and the rest of you all see this see this huge monstrosity diving towards his back and just and slams to the ground behind him. And Ali doesn't even flinch. Like, the dust goes past him and he's just standing there like, what? So
Make way for Prince Ali.
Good dialogue. We had my multiple attack penalty, but that is all 3 of my actions. So
all right. And I erased like 6 lines of notes. Okay.
Nice.
All right. Porthrix.
So there's 1 in the air and the spitter on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's start by double slicing the flying one, since we have enough big, bulky, scary people on the ground. I feel like should go for the airborne one. A 32 and 32.
Both hit.
Nice. So 12, 13, 15, 18, 19 points of damage.
All right. 2 solid hits.
And given that it's still alive, I think as the Star Knives come back, we'll use the last attack at the prone spitter,
Okay.
which then shakes out to a player who still can't do quick mental math. But it's okay. Plus that minus the BAP, 33.
33. That is also a hit.
Nice. Given
That is a crit because you're in flanking.
I was hoping for the magic words. Okay, so it begins to bleed. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25 points of, we'll say, slashing damage.
All right.
The flurry continues to, it's probably like the 2 come straight up at the wings of the flying one, and then I catch one as it comes back, and then let the other one come down, and then like bounce off the like the rib cage of this thing, and then back into my hand. And then turn
Nice.
to face it. And I do.
All right. The Scorcher is up. It spends its first action getting up, and then it is going to take a snap at Ali. That's the wrong card. All right. 30.
that'll hit.
All right.
I'll go ahead and throw the champion's reaction. Everyone can shuffle about 5 feet if they would like to.
All right. Base 19 damage minus 13, total of 6.
6. Okay.
And-
And fortitude save, I assume.
Yep.
Okay. That is a 38 on the fortitude save.
You succeed. For its last action, because it can't use its grease spit again yet, it's just going to swipe at you with its claw. And that's a 3 on the dice, so that is going to be a miss. The glider is just going to fling spines at everybody. Isaac is the farthest away, so you'll be excluded from this. So first one at Suvdan. 32.
Hits.
All right. That will be 17 damage.
Undoes my potion exactly. Cool.
Right. Porthrix. 27 probably does not hit you.
It'll miss, yeah.
All right. And last but not least, Ali. 37.
37 hits.
All right. 21 damage and a fort save.
Okie dokie. I've been rolling really good on my fort saves. 35. And then you said 21 damage.
That is good on the fort save. Tommy, earlier I forgot to have you roll bleed damage on the Scorcher, so go ahead and roll that.
That's important. Hutchop. Another 8.
Excellent.
D20 in this set, not so good. The D6, solid gold.
All right.
Yep. Solid gold D6. Who does that work?
Too much. Just ask your friends at Kraken Dice.
All right, Sudan, you're up.
What's it going to take to get me to this thing that's remaining?
I'd say, well, no, you're using a reach weapon, right?
Yeah, and I have 35 feet speed.
The Scorcher originally moved up on you, and I think you only took a single 5-foot step. So if you've got a reach weapon, the Scorcher would still be in your reach.
All right, let's murder this thing brutally.
Why are you like this?
32 to hit.
That'll hit.
$28 damage.
Okay.
And then 27 to hit. Same roll on the die.
That'll hit.
Another 28 damage. Same roll to hit, same damage.
All right.
Third one doesn't hit.
Okay.
But I did almost 50 damage right there.
You did some very impressive hits. That will bring us to Isik.
Right. Following what Isaac did last round, he begins to float off the ground, and his eyes have turned into like voids that, if you look closely, you can see galaxies inside of them. Yeah, he's just kind of floating there, almost weightlessly. He's gonna extend a hand towards Sultan. How far away is he from me?
30 feet.
Okay.
Or I'm assuming
want to
within 30.
What? I mean, I want to keep him in the fight here.
Mhm.
I want to cast Heal at 6th level.
68 plus 48.
Yes.
I look
So, all right.
donkey.
4, 7, 19. 28 plus 48
76.
is, there you go. Oh, 76 points of healing from a 2-action heal. And shoot, you know what? I am going to move a little bit closer to the fight here. I have a plan for my next round.
Okay.
So I'm going to move 25 feet closer to the Scorcher.
All right. And Ali, you're up.
Okay. Scorcher. I have Nosh. I'm gonna trip him again
Okay.
because I like when he's on the ground.
Because bullying monsters is the theme of this evening.
Yeah. I have 2 feats that have the word bully in the name.
39.
That'll trip.
Okie dokie. And then I'm gonna smack him in the face with a hammer.
Okay.
If you crit on a trip, doesn't it deal damage too?
It does. I think it's a D6.
And that would have been a crit.
splitting.
Yeah, that would have been a
on
crit.
the
So
trip?
you get to add a d6. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. That's 3 damage there.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this as a confident finisher.
Okay.
Those are 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
That hits? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You're flanking. It's tripped. It's you guys have mastered the fine art of bullying space lizards.
Okay. 16 plus 10. 26 physical damage and 5 electric damage.
Severely injured, but still standing.
Sounds like my next album title.
And I don't think there's much for me to do with that last turn. Fainting won't do me much good because he's already flat-footed and I can't make any attack action. So that is my turn.
Okay. The Scorcher will stand up from prone again, and then it's going to try to bite Ali. That is a 24, which does not hit. And it will try to claw pathetically at you as it feels its life flashing away.
Or Scorcher.
28.
28 just doesn't hit.
Okay. Tommy, you may roll bleed damage against the Scorcher.
I may roll bleed damage. 6.
Okay. The bleeding ends, but you do deal 6 points of damage. All right. Then people have moved. The glider is going to do its fling spines attack again. Since Isik is in range, you will be one of the people he attacks. He will also throw a spine at Porthrix, and I think Ali would be the one he'd go for the third. So, Isik, 27.
27 misses.
All right. Porthrix, that is a nat 1. Ali, 35.
35 is a hit.
All right.
Man, they just stopped attacking.
And 36 on my fortitude save.
All right. 20 damage and a success on the fort save. Sudan, you don't have a ranged weapon, so the gliders aren't really going after you.
Understandable.
All right. And speaking of Sudan, you're up.
Quick, throw your gill hook. Prove to the glider that you are.
Right. Is there anything I can really do to it?
The Scorcher is still standing. Barely.
Yeah. I'll just kill it.
Okay.
Put it out of misery. $29 to hit.
What was it?
29.
That'll hit.
26 damage.
All right. You have landed the killing blow on the Salt Scorcher. How do you finish it off?
This Scorcher. I think this one is just sort of. I think this is more of like, in addition to using the weapon, I'm also just like hitting it with my fists a little bit just for flavor, and just the moisture in there is enough to help soften it up and start to dissolve its flesh just a little bit. It's sort of, by the time it's dead, it's sort of just like a pile of dirt in the ground more than anything else.
So just angry bludgeoning, gill hook, fist, whatever you've got.
Yeah.
You pound this thing until it just disintegrates down to dust. You have 2 actions remaining.
Is the other thing close enough to demoralize?
Yes.
Let's do that. Natural 1, baby.
It is not demoralized. In fact, it's feeling better about this fight than it ever has.
It feels like it can kill us all on its
All
own,
his
baby.
friends are dead, but it's gonna be the one.
Can someone fix the garbage disposal?
All right.
This is canon. Salt stalkers have garbage disposals.
Right.
All right.
I guess I could throw
Do
a
it.
gill hook.
Do it.
Is there even a rule for that? For throwing a non-throwing weapon?
I'd say -2 circumstance penalty. Is that fair?
I'll do it.
Okay.
24.
24. I think that will miss. Yeah, that's a miss.
All right, and my very, very sharp, like literal fishing hook just goes flying through the air. And all of you are trying to make sure none of you get hit by it, because that's an extremely sharp implement.
It kind of glances off. It glances off part of the auditorium, auditorium, and kind of scatter, and unfortunately goes wide. So.
Oh yeah.
Isik.
I'm not attacking again this fight. Go for it.
Oh, it's back to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I have another impending doom left over. So I'm just gonna shoot impending doom at this glider.
Okay. That's a will save, correct?
There's a will save. DC 30.
DC 30, you say?
Yes.
Again, I don't know if my camera will show this, but I rolled a nat 2 on the dice. So that is a critical failure. And for the sake of drama, because this thing already took damage in the previous fight, what impending doom does it see? Because its time has come.
So it oh, how do I want to do this? Foresees a vast desert that is just full of potential salt and prey, and it's going down to feed. Then all of a sudden, there is over the horizon a tsunami that just comes over and just envelops the whole sky, crashing down upon him, and he dies from all the pressure and crushed him and just drowns him, and he sinks into the when it does rain in the desert, it becomes like peanut butter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it just slowly brings him down underneath this muck and mire, and he sinks and he dies, trapped underneath the sand of the desert.
So as the mental assault begins on this last salt glider, you all see this creature start to panic and freak out, and it doesn't know which way is up and down, and it like flies and bangs into a side of the building and falls to the ground. It's just rolling and flipping under the mental assault that Isaac has placed on this creature. And between the mental damage it's suffering and whatever frustration venting your party barbarian might be doing to help it along the way, uh, you bring the last of these creatures down. You have defeated them, and as you begin to search around the temple, you discover the source of the weird barrier. You find the Desnan priest, Nair, that the two of you would have known from your past. He is clutching one of the seals that was used to protect the temple, and you can see where he had scratched runes in it to modify the spell and turn it into a containment spell right before he passed away. So you all
Makes sense.
basically he was locking the creature in to keep it from escaping. But congratulations, guys. That is the adventure and the story, and you have survived.
And I know as Raw, I can't really do this, but just thematically, I just want to keep lifting up higher towards this opening in the dome, and kind of position myself in that opening. My eyes still void with the galaxies, and just kind of raise out my arms. This is Golarion. This is our home. Aliens are not welcome here. It is defended.
All right,
You know,
congratulations.
technically, the elf is from another planet, right? Check it back
Similarly.
several generations.
Similarly, Suvdan's epilogue is him going into the actual meteor, or comet, or whatever the exact word was, and finding this, researching it, so he can report that back to his Golfu masters.
Okay.
Nope, fighting you. Your
Goku,
masters are evil. Nope.
I hadn't really thought of how disturbing it would be to watch something die to mental damage.
Yeah, no, that's a whole thing.
It's bad.
We're all gonna need to have a nice talk about that.
No, there's a very good
Fine,
reason.
That's a
All
There's a very
right.
good reason I would not play an evil character for a long campaign.
That reason is I will chase you down and I will throw star knives at you. Find his gill hook. Through his gill hook.
I was just going to say because it doesn't encourage teamwork, but that too.
Totally
right.
encourages teamwork.
I guess I will do the wrap up for the video. Thank you guys so much for coming on the channel and letting me get to play around with my monsters. And I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. It was a ton of fun. Um, before we get out of here, we'll do one last go around. Pitch your channel and let people know where they can find you. And thank you again so much for being here and being a part of this. I guess we will start with GoatKing. Tell us about yourself and where people can find you.
Well, first, thank you for inviting me. This was so much fun. Your monsters are awesome. I am the Goat King. You can find me on YouTube at GoatKingDice. I do videos on Starfinder and Pathfinder, typically on the short end, but I'd love to see you over there. Thought I had more to say, but I don't think I do.
He's got more to say on his channel. So, all right. Golarion In-Depth.
Hey, I'm Mike from Golarion In-Depth. Come find me on YouTube. We have videos talking about the lore and the setting of Golarion. So a little bit more detail about this fine setting that Paizo has produced. Again, thank you for running this run shot for us. These monsters are great, well designed, terrifying, and we love it so much. Thank you.
All right. 1DM.
Yeah, I am 1DM, also known as David. My channel mostly focuses on sort of deep dives into math and structure of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but sometimes I talk about other things that interest me. Thank you so much for having me. This was a joy to play in. This was one of the most fun games I've ever had. The amount of sheer GM energy is beautiful. Thank you all.
And Black Dragon Gaming.
It's me. Hi, everyone. My name is Tommy. I've been simping for Paizo for 4 years. Everyone say hi, Tommy.
Hi, Tommy.
I do this thing. I do a lot of things. Let's see. Black Dragon Gaming on YouTube. Tommy from BDG on TikTok. BDG streams on Twitch, which I very rarely use, but sometimes I'll go play Wrath of the Righteous and throw too many mastodons at people. It's the whole thing. BDG Plays, I think, is my Twitter, because in fact my name is incredibly unoriginal and I got lucky to be the only popular person present day with it. Echoing what everyone else has said, thank you as always for thinking of me, because the forever DM never gets to huck star knives and make fun of the broken garbage disposal is apparently actually working for Eldritch Horrors. I was just making memes, but apparently we sniffed it out.
All right. Well, good night, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And to everyone watching this video, thank you for being here as well, and have a wonderful day. So, and
Bye.